Good morning and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist. I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
Good morning, all. Happy Fed Day.
Happy Fed Day to you too. We also have macro strategist extraordinaire, Craig Shapiro. Craig, good morning. How are you doing, man?
All right, Jim. Good morning as well.
Well, we got awful lot of stuff to talk about. Much anticipated last FOMC meeting of the calendar year 2025. But before we dip too deep into that, Shai, what's going on the news front?
All right, so Trump is conducting his final interviews for the Fed chair. He's got, obviously in the running is Kevin Warsh, Kevin Hassett, Michelle Bowman, Chris Waller, and BlackRock's Rick Ryder as reported finalists. Yesterday on Air Force One, he said, we're going to be looking at a couple of different people, but have a pretty good idea who I want. That is looking more and more like that is going to be Hassett. Speaking of which, Hassett chimes in, of course, and says he sees room for the Fed to cut more than 25 basis points. He also said that if the data suggests we could do it, then like right now, I think there's plenty of room to do it, meaning more than 25 basis points. He also said there's going to be a reconciliation bill next year. And he says there is more fiscal room to do stimulative things right now. So clearly, this administration, particularly him, has no problem running the economy very hot. And we keep talking about that sticky inflation. If this is the case, I think we're going to have a problem next year. Moving on, we've got apparently the betting market fanatics are risking it all for six-figure payouts. So betting sites like Polymarket and Kalshi are creating a new class of market watchers who are blurring the lines between gambling and investing and shrugging off risk losses. When it comes to kind of the prediction markets, there is added risk. You know, if you buy crypto or meme stocks or things like that, you can get huge gains, you can get huge losses, but you get to keep the underlying security. In the betting markets, it's you win or you lose. And so it's becoming a little bit of a problem, but we have seen Kalshi and Polymarket now garnering valuations in the 10 billion with a B range, and that trend looks to be non-stoppable at this point. We have, if we want a barometer on this whole AI tech thing, we have tech stock hedges are a waste of money as traders bet on gains. So we have Matt Maley, chief strategist at Miller Tabak and Company, says buying tech hedges at the end of the year is a waste of money. If the market rallies strong into the end of the year, it doesn't matter if people are bullish or bearish. You got to be buying the stock. He was referring to institutional investors. So just a barometer on that. Hedging the AI boom is apparently a waste of money. And last but not least, we'll dip into the Fed meeting a little bit. Obviously, many believe this week may be the last cut for a while, being that we could have 4, possibly 5 hawkish dissenters. That would be Schmid, who dissented last meeting. Goolsbee, Mausoleum, and Columns are also contenders to be a hawkish dissent. Also, there is an outside chance Barr and Jefferson and Cook could also be thrown into the dissenter. There are 12 people that vote on this. And then we have a dovish dissenter possibility, and that, of course, is Moran.
Well, that's a lot of stuff right there. Before we get into the FOMC stuff, this hedging thing, I don't understand. I mean, I do it all the time on my passive portfolios, right? I'll buy some, QQQ puts or something, just, if I
In
feel like I
case.
need to do it. Uh, Is this just kind of this is what we're doing, so everybody should do what we're doing statement?
It sounds like it to me. I mean, everybody's all in, and the thing is that you have to be buying this if you're buying index stocks, if you're an institutional trader, or or you're in ETFs, or your 401k obviously goes to all this, and you just have to keep buying the stock regardless because of the passive flows into these stocks. And so I think it's a little bit wrong kind of to say don't hedge yourself. But again, this is kind of a barometer of what is going on in this frenzy right now.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, now that we got that out of the way, I mean, Craig, are we going to have a huge disagreement here with 4 dissenters?
I don't think we're going to have 4 dissenters. I know that there are 2 pretty wide divergent contingents on the Fed, but Powell has done a great job historically herding the cats, and he will, I suspect, create a statement / dot plot / press conference narrative that placates both sides of the spectrum. I think we're 90-something plus chances, percent chance of a cut today, so we are going to get that. I don't know that Steve Myron is going to dissent. I think he's been dissenting for 50 basis point cuts. I think he is kind of toned down that rhetoric a little bit lately, and so I suspect he's not going to dissent on a 25 basis point cut. And then with respect to the Hawks, I do think Schmidt will dissent again. I think it's possible we'll get one other of those 3 or 4 people. Probably not the governors, more likely to be Muslim, who would dissent, so maybe we'll get 2 on that front. And I think what Powell will do in the press conference is placate the rest of the Hawks on the committee that are concerned that inflation is not showing any real sustainable trajectory back to 2% in our lifetimes. It's currently out until 2028 before we get back there, so a bit of a time. And financial conditions remain incredibly loose, and so that contingent on the Fed is concerned that more easing early next year is just going to reignite inflation expectations and make it even harder to bring inflation down. So I think something in the press conference, something in the dot plot that suggests that maybe we're closer to neutral, maybe we're going to be on pause. Various banks are talking about insertion of various types of language into the statement that would suggest more likely that we're on pause. That's possible. We've gone now 7 minutes and didn't mention the word hawkish cut, so I'll mention it now. I think that is very much in the narrative of the markets right now, and so I guess the question will be, if people are expecting a hawkish cut, and what that means is, toning down the expectations for next year. Can Powell actually deliver more than is already expected on that front? I think that'll be what we'll have to wait and see at 2:30 when he starts to talk.
And I think they're also walking a very fine line when you have the administration saying, we have more fiscal room to do stimulative things right now. To me, that if I was a Fed voter, that would scare me on the inflation front a bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This dot plot, so we get the dot plot every other meeting, right? And so this is the last dot plot of the calendar year. Then we won't get another one until March. So my guess is there's going to be an immediate focus. Boom, at 2:00, that thing hits the street. There's going to be immediate focus on where those dots are hitting and compared to previous meetings is going to be my guess, right? How important are the dots?
Yeah, I think the dots will be important. I think not only market participants will be looking for what does the median dot look like for next year. I mean, if we close the year at 3.6, are we going to go to 3.4 for next year, which would imply only 1 cut, or will we be down at 3.1, which would imply 2 cuts for next year? I think that as of the September meeting, there was a wide range of expectations. I think we're likely to see that narrowing in. I suspect we're going to get 3.4, and I think that's probably marginally more hawkish than what's being priced for next year. So that could be a place where the Fed delivers some hawkish placation of to the hawks, right? That's the way to say, okay, we're going to slow down the pace of cutting next year. I think people will also look at the expectations for GDP and for unemployment and for inflation. And if they show a continuation of stronger than expected growth expectations and unemployment not really moving materially higher for next year, and the inflation dot not really moving lower, then again, it's going to give credence to this idea that we're likely to see a slower pace of accommodation next year, regardless of the fact that Powell will be out and Hassett or someone else will be in there. The bond market is acting as if whoever the new Fed chair is will have more trouble corralling all the cats and getting everybody across the finish line to deliver the pace of cutting that clearly the administration wants.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, I mean, bonds are falling out of bed still as of this morning, and 10-year notes are, I mean, Shai, what's going on with the 10-year notes? I mean, it is looking pretty ugly.
Well, we have sovereign bond yields across the globe, right, rising. So that is, I think that is affecting yields in the U.S. as well. But, the 10-year definitely looks on shaky ground also from a technical standpoint. So it'll be very interesting, in my opinion, on how the bond market is going to react to a Fed cut. Now, normally everybody would say, well, Fed cut, right? Yields will go down, bond market saved, et cetera. But, we have seen where they have cut before and bond yields spiked. So that's not out of the question. And, this market kind of looks like it wants to fall out of bed rather than spike, but we'll find out today at 2.
Yeah, I mean, that whole longer end is you're having a shift in this yield curve where, the longer end, the longer duration from month over month where you're getting separation to the upside on the yield curve, whereas the lower end, less than 2 years, it's the opposite effect. So you're going to have that. I don't know. What does that mean, Craig, for when the yield curve shifts like that?
So what we've been seeing, and we've been talking about this, at length, is a growing call on capital globally, right? We have more deficit spending coming, not only in the U.S. but in Japan, in Europe, in China, and so the need for capital to move into be repatriated back into those markets to help fund growth, to help fund stimulus, to help fund defense spending and domestic infrastructure in those countries is calling capital. And then the other big call on capital is the shift in the AI CapEx spend from internally generated free cash flow to increasingly debt finance cash flow. So, those things these are all long duration investments. It commands money moving from safe assets or any assets into longer duration securities. And so the cost of capital for all that is moving higher. And you're seeing that in the long end. Now, the short end is where the Fed has more control, right? And so we're seeing some movement down in short-term rates and expectations for Fed funds. Clearly, we're going to get that cut today. But even call it 12 months out, we've seen a move back up in expectations for where interest rates are. There's less cuts that are being priced in to the forward curve now, even with this idea that Hassett is coming in or some other Trump shill will come in. And I think that's a reflection of the bond market's concern that inflation is not being slayed. Right, and with all this capex that's being spent, with all this infrastructure that needs to be built here around the data center build out, the idea that second half of 2026 inflation is going to continue to run well above normal and certainly show no signs of moving back to 2%, I think is leading some short-term interest rate traders to say whoever the Fed's new chair of the Fed is really not going to be able to sway this contingent of hawks to cut rates. And so you're seeing, December 2026 SOFR rates now have backed up 20 basis points again over the course of the last couple of weeks, even with the narrative in, let's say, the equity market being Fed cuts, Trump cuts, Hassett's dovish. The bond market is acting with a different tune here.
Yeah, that's a good point on SOFR. I mean, SOFR is so important because a lot of institutions, commercials, even smaller folks, borrow money at SOFR plus. So, you go to the bank and say, listen, I need a loan to, build this machine or whatever. It's like, okay, we'll give you SOFR plus, I don't know, 200 basis points or 150 basis points, whatever it is. And it's variable, right? So as that little bit of basis increment push up affects borrowers, but more so the smaller folks than anybody else. So it's a big deal when it's diverging from the Fed funds, right? Fed funds are just boom. You get any given day. It's the Fed funds are kind of in the middle of the of the target range, and that's because the Bank of New York is doing their thing to kind of make it in the middle. It doesn't vary as much, I don't think. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, you guys.
No, for the most part, that's what we get. I think what we're seeing here is the narrative of Fed's going to cut because they want to help out low-end borrowers. They're concerned about slowing pace of the economy for the lower part of the K-shaped economy. They see that labor market deterioration, and they're trying to provide stimulus and help out that contingent and maybe lower borrowing costs for potential employers who would look to bring back labor in the future. I think what we're seeing, though, is that where most borrowers actually borrow, rates are not moving lower. They're moving higher. Or at least they're staying flat to moving higher. I mean, mortgage rates really haven't materially broken down. Now we're seeing the backup in yields from 5s all the way out to 30s again. From 5 to 5 and 7 is where most corporates are borrowing, and those yields are moving higher. And so, again, this call on capital, this build out that's going on from sovereigns to AI to infrastructure to everywhere, I think is leading to this higher cost of capital. And so what the Fed is trying to do is being offset by these market factors, which are more concerned that all this build out is going to be inflationary. And the Fed's not really addressing that. I mean, there's plenty of people who would say the Fed should be thinking about raising rates at some point next year if inflation is going to be reaccelerating. And so with a Trump Fed chair with no chance of a rate hike in that mindset, bond market's getting a little bit concerned about credibility and inflation fighting.
And just to add to that a little bit, and I also think that the bond market is kind of sniffing out a Hassett pick and not really thrilled about that because, again, Hassett's going to be considered an outsider at the central bank. He's going to have a lot more problem trying to rally everybody together because he is seen as an outsider, as a Washington guy, as an administration guy, not a central banker. And I think that is contributing to some of this bond market sell-off as well.
Shai, have you seen anything from John Williams? Where's John Williams, the New York Fed guy, at in all of this? Is he talking out loud?
He's for the cut. I mean, that's, as soon as he said he was for the cut, that's when we saw the chances of rate cut go from 30% to where it is now, almost at 90%, right? And so he's seen as a big influence on Powell and kind of an insider with Powell. And so, he's one of the people that Powell really needs to kind of have on his side to get whatever done he wants to get done. And
he's a permanent vice chair, right? There's whoever's in that New York position is permanent.
In New
right?
York, yeah. Correct.
Yeah. So you mentioned global yields on the rise. I mean, did Japan start this fire?
Yeah, I think so. I think, you had the new prime minister come in Japan a couple months ago talking up a fairly inflationary stimulus plan to try to bring back, growth to Japan and try to repatriate some capital and fund domestic military spending, infrastructure spending, and spending on a variety of other things. And I think when Japan being the low yields on the screen and inflation moving back and the BOJ, needing to and thinking about addressing that, I think that kicked off this yield move. And so you're seeing it there. Now you're seeing it increasingly. Germany, 30-year yields breaking out to recent highs, 10-year yields in Germany. In France today, yields are breaking out. And so, again, Europe's talking about more deficit spending. ECB, Lagarde out this morning talking about raising growth expectations for Europe for 2026. And so the idea that the ECB certainly is not cutting, may have to consider a rate hike at some point next year. Again, this is about odds shifting for central banks. We went from a period of time where we had coordinated global easing, let's say, over the course of the last year, maybe ended in September. And now, different central banks have different outlooks for 2026. Australia is seeing inflationary pressures and some momentum in their bond market. So 2026 is going to be a different year from the central bank's point of view, more mixed in that regard. And so you have this global sovereign selling of fixed income. And then I think what poured gasoline on this was this AI CapEx stuff, right? With Oracle and Meta and Google and Amazon, everybody hitting the IG window over the course of the last few months. It's a reminder that the CapEx coming from the AI guys is going to be increasingly debt financed. And it's big dollars, right? We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars over the course of the next, several years, each year, that needs to be funded and debt financed. So I think those supply pressures are what's factoring into the long end.
And you're seeing investors kind of worried about that because you have, credit default swaps, freaking out right now on a lot of this corporate debt that has been issued. So just something to keep an eye on as well.
It's even bleeding into the it's the Warner Brothers Paramount Netflix fight is now they're talking about big debt financing to fight that hostile takeover, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, if you have $60 or $70 billion that needs to be financed in order to fund that deal, if that becomes a cash deal rather than a shares deal, that's going to be another big call on capital. You also have, something which is out there for 2026, even something like SpaceX, right? SpaceX is thinking about going public with a massive valuation, but they're going to look to raise 30, 40, 50, 60, whoever knows, billions of dollars, right? And that while that's not going to be debt finance, that's going to come from equity capital markets. It's another call on capital. It's a way for that private companies are going to be looking to hit funding windows next year. OpenAI is going to need more money. Anthropic's going to need more money. All these companies are going to look to finance, all their build outs. And some of that's going to be debt finance. Some of it's going to be equity finance. But there are big calls on capital coming for next year in order to build out the infrastructure around AI, in order for all these countries to do all the deficit spending and military spending that's being forced upon them because the U.S. is, retracing its commitments globally. And so again, big calls on capital, and cost of capital moves higher because return expectations for these investments are, maybe not great, and so investors want more, more yield associated with those investments.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Before we switch over to the employment side of this equation, I just wanted to say hello to the chat. Thank you for being here, folks. Best streaming chat in the trading universe there is. Appreciate everybody being here. I see a couple new faces from Northwest Indiana, my old stopping grounds. Welcome. Appreciate you being here. Today's a special day, though. We're going to have not only regular, we have Joseph Wang coming up. We have Kane and Leo. Pax is going to be here in a little while. We have Joey and XYZ, but also at 1:45, we're going to start early this afternoon at 1:45 with us three, with me, Shai, Craig, and then Blake Morrow is going to join us. We're doing a whole FOMC segment from 1:45 to 2:30 before we get into trade to close. So just wanted to make that announcement. So just so everybody knows, we are starting early this afternoon, and we're really looking forward to that for sure. So thanks for the subscriptions too. Subscription button, click on that. We greatly appreciate that at NinjaTrader Live. So anyway, back to you guys. Real quick, let's talk. We got a couple minutes to talk about. We're talking about the inflation side, the yield side. What about the do we have, Shai? Do we have any clear picture of what's going on the employment front?
I don't think we have. I mean, we have all these outside sources. We don't have. We had some stale data from the BLS. We won't get those numbers till after the Fed meeting, and we kind of have a different view. It's kind of the nobody's hiring, nobody's firing. I think that whole mantra is still in play. We've seen weak ADP numbers that kind of tells us that we did have, jolts, which, we saw a record number of job openings, but we also saw a record number of layoffs. So, we've got kind of a mixed labor market right now.
Yeah. Craig, thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, and I also think there's a dynamic here in play where the Fed has been talking more about structural employment issues stemming from AI, right? And so the question I think we have is, will the rate cuts, actually do anything to arrest the labor market slowdown? And if the Fed doesn't believe that, then it may make more sense for them to hold off on, easing more aggressively until the economy really shows signs that it needs it, right? It's going to need those bullets to lower interest rates if in the future, there are larger issues surrounding the labor market, or if inflation really falls, or if growth really slows. And so, I think the dynamic of the labor market now, to Tracy's point, is slowing, but not catastrophic. This low hiring, low firing environment, and then the question of, will rate cuts actually do anything to arrest that? And will it do enough to, not be offset by an easing of financial conditions and maybe reigniting inflation expectations if they cut too much, and so they wind up, losing on their other mandate while they're trying to help their employment mandate? That's not a great situation to be in either.
Well, Craig, let's spend another 30 seconds on this. Let's say we get 75 basis points cut over the next 6-9 months. Who cares? Is that meaningful? Is that going to move the needle?
I mean, it's really not going to, move borrowing costs all that aggressively enough to the lower parts of the economy that actually need real relief, right? Credit card rate bills are not really going to move all that much. Auto loans are not going to really move, all that much. I mean, on the margin, it helps a little bit, sure, but the question is, will those loose financial conditions, weaken the dollar, lead to a commodity market boom? That reignites inflation expectations, and loose financial conditions stem, and we have equity market prices and risk asset prices continue to move higher, and then really where are we left with here? So the Fed is really focused on this rate cutting tool, isn't really focused much on the balance sheet. We haven't really talked about that. There's some potential today for some dovish outcomes on the Fed looking to buy T-bills again to grow their balance sheet. So we'll have to see here, but I think with such a split on the Fed right now, I think it makes sense for Powell to push back on some of the dovish intent and wait for the data to come in to show more signs that more accommodation is really needed.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, me and Shai are going to get into it more with Joseph Wang in a couple of minutes here. Craig, thanks for everything this morning. Great seeing you. We will see you again at 1:45 this afternoon for our FOMC segment. So I appreciate you, and we will talk to you soon.
Sounds good.
We are ready to do a quick edge report, and then we'll get to Joseph Wang. All right, well, let's start out with the interest rate products. I mean, it's been all the rage right now. I mean, I have a daily candle chart up here right now, and this morning when I logged in, the 30-year yield was about 4.82%. I'm rounding up a little bit. 10-year was around 4.2%. And we're just we're jumping back down. We're tapping into this area of support here, which used to be resistance. If you go all the way back to the left part of my chart, we're talking August 15th. For most of that month and then into September, into Labor Day, we had that kind of area, that kind of top part, right? We had that area of resistance. Drag that all the way across. Now it's now it's support, kind of. I mean, we're in it right now. We wicked through it once. We wicked into it twice. Today we wicked through it again, and we're sitting at a 115 handle. This is looking, I hate to say it out loud, but kind of bearish. We got the September lows here in sight as well, and those September lows are down around 113.13 handles. So remember, if you're trading this, it's $1,000 per contract per point. So that's a $1,500 move. So be careful with that. There's some risk there as well. And let's just take a peek at the 10-year note while we're at it. Well, let's just go intraday real quick. And just see where those JAX levels are. JAX 1 is at 115,000 on the 30-year, which is what we would expect. Point of control is starting to get prominent. One tick below that at 1431. Below that, there's a lot of empty space until we get down to S2, which is at 114.21. And then that one-day min in JAX 2, remember, these are trend kind of levels from MenthorQ that oftentimes work pretty nicely. 114.15, I'm sorry, 114.16 is at one-day min right next to that JAX 2. So we get a breakout to the downside. That's going to be a target for me. On the upside, also, we have that put support at 115.16. So we got to pay attention to that as well. We'll see. It's going to be volatile. It's going to be a little bit wild. And just really quickly, let's shoot over that 10-year ZN daily chart. This is even more astonishing to me. Let me pop that up. We are literally, and Tracy pointed this out to me this morning, I added this white line here. This is the 200 EMA, and we are right at that 200. We just traded through it actually on the 10-year. So that's a big deal, folks. We have 8 crossing under the 21, crossing under the 50. We have the 21 crossing under the 50. Everything's crossing under, down. Look at how sustained this kind of a sell-off is. This is anticipating today, right? Then after that, we're going to anticipate next time. So this is kind of really kind of ugly. Even though we had a decent, as Tracy pointed out yesterday, we had a decent auction yesterday on the 10-year. So again, this longer end of the curve, a little bit worrisome. Let's just go ahead and take a peek at the equity markets. The equity markets are kind of unchanged, right? We're in anticipatory mood. We'll just pop up the E-mini S&P as an example here as well. Let me open this up a little bit more so we can see a daily candle here. We're sitting right on that 8 EMA. We're sitting right on top of that 8 EMA, right a little bit north of that 23.6% retracement to the upside. Moving averages are still moving up nicely. Everything's looking good from that point of view, but we are having some, as Tracy would point out again, I'm quote Tracy all day, is it's coiling, right? We're kind of coiling. We're getting tight. We're ready for something here. We have really a little bit of support short term around 45.5, and at the portion of my candle, 82. So that's kind of where we're trading between right now. Today, there's going to be a lot of kind of jockeying, I guess, here, and I don't expect much deviation from where we're at today until till 2 o'clock, or at least until 2:30 when Jay Powell starts talking out loud and taking questions. So right now, pretty nice price action actually. Right now, I mean, we had S1 form the lows of the conversation around 35.75 at the top end. London initial balance rules right now at 59 spot 25. If we do get a breakout to the upside, we do have some Jacks 4 level at 70, Jacks 2 level at 75, and then a lot of space up above that as well, should we get a breakout to the upside here. Downside real quickly, Jacks 3 at 68.30, and then that high vol level, again, remember, this is where gamma kind of changes at 25, 68.25. That is this morning's Edge Report. We are back, Shy. We have special guest here. Give us a little bit outline about Joseph.
So we have Joseph Wang. He was on the last meeting. He is CIO of Monetary Macro. He used to work at the Fed. He has his website, josephwang.com, that has a ton of information on it, and he is a well-known speaker on central banks, given that his work history with them. So looking forward to getting his views on the Fed decision today.
Let's bring him in. Joseph, good morning. Thanks for being here with us.
Hey, good morning, Jim. Good morning, Tracy. Thanks for inviting me.
So I got to ask this question. I mean, you were behind the curtain, right? You had a position at the Fed at a certain point in your career, and now thinking about going into kind of a transition at the FOMC with some new faces, maybe. Is there at any regional location? Is there a lot of stress with that idea that there might be more conflict between different FOMC members?
I think that over the past few decades, we've really grown accustomed to a world where, the executive, the government kind of leaves the central banks alone. But that is a period that is historically an anomaly. I mean, if you look broadly speaking, you think that you always have an elected government who would like to have lower rates, who would like to enforce their will. And you have this to varying extents, not just in the US, but across the world as well. For example, in Japan right now, you have hints that the government would prefer that the central bank not hike, or at least not hike too aggressively. So conflict between the government and the Fed, totally normal. Today, it is at a much higher level than before. So I can understand if central bank officials are feeling a bit more stress. But of course, that could all change going forward, because you could have new members of the Fed who are not stressed by things like this, requests like this, probably because they are aligned.
Got it.
And everybody's talking, obviously, that this is going to be a hawkish cut because we're going to have some dissents. And so a lot of people are throwing around a lot of names: Goolsbee, Collins, outside Chance Barr, Jefferson and Cook, Schmid, all could be dissenters. What is your opinion, and how do you think this is all going to land?
So Tracy, you're absolutely right. We'll definitely get some dissents. So what we've noticed over the past few months is that you have a more dovish contingency at the Fed, led by people like Governor Waller, Governor Bowman, Governor Moran, and so forth. And you also have people who are more hawkish, and these tend to be the regional Fed presidents. Now, what's to note here is that in the FOMC, even though, say, sometimes presidents get a vote on a rotating basis, but you're not really equal in influence. The more influential people are there who have been there longer, and they tend to be governors. So what's really happening is that the more influential core thinks that we should have a cut, and the people that are new, and honestly, I'm not really sure how influential, are making a lot of noise. So it doesn't really matter to me what these regional Fed presidents do. They're honestly not that important. Now, going forward, though, there's a very, very interesting idea that maybe the Trump administration might want to have a little bit more influence over how these Fed presidents are appointed. Now, they're all up for reappointment next February. And one thing to note is that regional feds are actually private institutions. So you don't need the confirmation of Congress or anything like that. So I think it's a kind of an institution that is a little bit easier to influence than, say, trying to fire Governor Lisa Cook due to mortgage documents and so forth. So there are plans, it seems, to try to find ways to disqualify some of the more hawkish Fed presidents. So we could have a very different composition of FOMC next year to some degree. I'm not sure how successful they'll be, but they'll try. They've shown to be very resourceful, and they'll probably have some success. So I wouldn't worry too much about these dissents, and I wouldn't really worry about the guidance either. Like you mentioned, and like Craig mentioned, it's very clear that Powell is probably going to signal, let's say, a meeting by meeting basis on how they're going to approach rate cuts. And we're going to have a dot plot as well. Maybe the dot plot will be hawkish, but again, if you have changes in the FOMC next year, we'll definitely have a new chair, probably have another governor as well, should Powell leave the Fed. That reaction function that the Fed has, it's going to be different. And so that makes the dot plot, in my view, a lot less useful, and any forward guidance a lot less useful as well.
So I was talking to Tracy earlier. I went back to the first dot plot of calendar year 2025, which was the March meeting, and we had 9 dots right where we're at right now, right at 375 to 4. And it's almost like that was kind of pretty predictive, right? And even with a 25 bip cut, we're going to only be 1 dot below that going into the end of the year. I find that amazing. Is it generally this predictive?
Are you saying that the Fed is good at predicting the economy? Well, I don't know. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Over the past few years, they kind of were not accurate on inflation. So I guess this is one of those cases where the forecasts have been right, and so they've been able to conduct policy because the economic data has evolved according to their views. So yeah, I guess this is a win for the forecasting community. But again, going forward, though, I think it's not going to be as useful because when you think about monetary policy, there's actually a lot of fuzziness. So a lot of it is really personnel dependent. I'll give you an example. So right now, where we are today, you have inflation a little bit above target. You have the unemployment rate rising, right? How do you weigh those two things? That's going to be a very personal decision. And so you can have a wide range of outcomes. Another example is, let's say we're at 3.75, 3.8% in rates. How restrictive is that? That's going to vary by person as well. You have people like Governor Myron who will tell you that that's super restrictive. We got to get rates lower. And there are people who think it's not restrictive at all. So there's a lot of fuzziness to monetary policy. So the outcome we get is going to be highly dependent upon the people at the Fed right now. So I don't think the dot plot today is going to be all that useful because we're going to have a lot of different people next year.
And I wanted to get your thoughts on the bond market right now. We have rising yields right ahead of a meeting where the Fed, we know they're going to cut. So if they do cut, do you think this changes the trajectory, which is downward right now, rising yields for the bond market? Because it doesn't seem like the bond market really cares right now.
Well, we have to realize that bonds are a global asset. And if you look across the world, you see rates across the world rising. So you have, for example, in Japan, they're hiking rates, right? And in other countries, it seems like the central banks are going to be on pause. So that, I think, impacts bond yields in their countries, and that will spill over to treasuries as well. So that's one thing. Now, the second thing is just what drives longer-term bond yields. Now, part of it is going to be the path of Fed policy. So if you cut rates, all things equal, that should put downward pressure on longer-dated yields. Now, there is some thought that maybe if the Fed is too easy, we have inflation resurge, and then the bond market will revolt. I'm actually not too worried about that. What I observed over the past, let's say, decade is that the link between monetary policy and inflation, it's not that strong, right? After the great financial crisis, we had a decade of 0% interest rates and inflation went nowhere. And then again, we have interest rates at 5%, very high, and inflation is still above target. So it depends on a lot of other things, like fiscal spending, for example, that I think are much more influential. And also, I think there's a temptation to think that, inflation this and rates this, and we have this mental model. But I think of it a little bit similar to how equities are. So in equities, we can say, oh, this has earnings, this has maybe the stock prices should go up because it's doing well. But then you can look at certain tech stocks that basically trade at PEs of 500, 600, right? So that's just not how the market works sometimes. In the same way, when you look at the bond market, people buy and sell for different reasons. I'm not all too sure that Fed rate cut, higher single long yields, I don't think that's the correct mental model. The bond market, if it's not really concerned about 6% fiscal deficits, and in Japan, 200% debt to GDP, I'm not sure that's the right mental model in applying to that market. So if there is some kind of bond market revolt, though, I mean, the Fed could just come in and do some sort of operation to fix that. So I don't think that's a good trade to make.
All right. Well, I know. I'm just looking at the last 2.5 weeks of 118 handle down to 115 handle in the 30-year. I'm starting to freak out a little bit. But let me ask you this: me and Tracy talked about this with Craig as well. This idea of the neutral rate, the 2% target, R squared, all that stuff. Is it a fiction, or is there a real science there?
Of course, it's not a real science. If you look at the error bands for those neutral rate estimates, like plus or minus like 4%, like there's no science there. It's all kind of a guesstimating, right? So I think if you are a smart central banker, you look at this and be like, yeah, this is for reference only. If you're not a smart central banker, you'll be like, yeah, this is what my calculations say, and so this is how I'm going to set policy. So it really depends on who's in charge, like I mentioned before. Like Chair Powell, he's going to say something that I think is very wise, is that the neutral, we would know it by its works. So if the economy actually does slow down, then we know that we're above neutral, then it's working. So that's kind of a more pragmatic approach. And you have people who are not as wise, and they'll actually believe the models. So it depends on who's in charge. I personally think these models are nonsense.
Well, there you go, and there you have it. So what are you particularly looking at in this central bank decision, knowing that we have a cut, but what other clues are you looking at, or that we as traders should be kind of focused on as far as language or the dot plot or anything else?
So what I'm looking for is expansion of the Fed's balance sheet. So we have some upward pressure in the money market rates, and historically speaking, there's a huge crunch in the funding markets heading into year end, and there are regulatory-driven reasons for that. So what I'm looking for is whether or not the Fed decides to start expanding its balance sheet today, and by how much. I get the sense at the very least they'll signal that they'll be starting next year. So the market participants, a lot of them seem to perceive that as risk positive. So I think there is some sense that we could have the restarting of reserve management purchases today. They could be, sizable, and so that could be something that equity investors in particular perceive to be positive. So that's what I'm looking for in the meeting today. And more broadly speaking, taking a step back, we got to focus on who the Fed chair will be next year and what the president is thinking in trying to control the Fed. I think I saw a headline yesterday where the president is suggesting, maybe those governor appointments that were signed by the Biden auto-ped, maybe they're not legitimate, right? So
I know.
They're thinking about a lot of ways to try to have more influence over the Fed. And these guys are resourceful. They have the federal government at their disposal. I think they'll figure out a way.
Yeah, an awful lot of pressure. I don't know, man. That was brutal. So, are you willing to go out on a line here and predict the next chair?
Oh, it's not a hard prediction. I think it's going to be Kevin Hassett. Kevin Hassett has been with the president for a decade. He's going to be loyal, right? He owes everything to the president. in the past, you have Chair Powell, good guy, but a bit too independent-minded. So I think it's going to be Hassett. It has to be someone the president feels comfortable with. And if you work with someone for over a decade and this person owes his entire career trajectory to you, I think you can be confident that he's going to be someone who's loyal.
Yeah, interesting stuff. We have a few seconds left, Shai. Any last seconds? Any last second thoughts?
So, just any final thoughts you have going into this decision for our traders?
Yeah, I would honestly, I think there is upside risk for equity markets after from what could happen today because of the potential for balance sheet. But what I would emphasize is that we're in a big time of big change. The way that our institutions operate have been changing, and the Fed is no exception to that. So the future will not be like the past. So you got to throw out those models built on historical data because that's just not going to be the case going forward.
Awesome. Great intel as usual. Joseph, appreciate you being here bright and early with us on NinjaTrader Live. Looking forward to talking to you again.
All right. Happy trading, guys.
Thank you.
He has such a common sense approach to analysis that I love it. I mean, there's no moogie foogie here, man. It was like, boom, right to the point.
Right? I mean, he just gives it to you straight. I love that. He's great.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, Mission Control, if we can cut and paste Joseph's X handle into the chat, that'd be awesome. He's definitely worth a follow. So, all right. Well, Shai, I am going to talk to you soon for sure, and we're going to be back on at 1:45. I want to remind everybody, early start FOMC segment starting at 1:45 East Coast time with me, Shai, Craig Shapiro, and Blake Morrow. So until then, Shai, I will talk to you soon.
All right.
It's that time, folks. We do have the man, the myth, the legend with me for Tape Talk. We have Pax. Let's get him in here right now. Pax, how you doing, buddy?
How am I supposed to follow that? Joseph Wang is absolutely one of my favorite Fed watchers. There isn't anybody out there that is openly communicating except with the possible exception of Zoltan Pozar, and he's behind a very expensive paywall at this point, that knows the intricacies and the plumbing of the Fed. And I would listen to him anytime he speaks. Whenever he does a podcast, I listen to it, especially when he's with one of my favorite people in the world and one of my mentors, me and Anthony shared mentor, Ira Harris. They just did one, and no Moogie Foogie, by the way.
No. Well, it's like, neutral rate, who cares? I mean, is economy expanding or contracting? And is it working or is it not working? I mean,
right.
That makes sense.
It does. It really does. Why do we have to, why do we have to complicate the whole thing? It really isn't. I mean, it's complicated to understand, but once you have true brilliance lies in taking the something incredibly vast, complicated, and simplifying it into an understandable way of looking and living. That's true brilliance. We see it in people we see it in people like Joseph Wang, who takes something like the plumbing of the U.S. Federal Reserve, or the interconnectedness of the world bond market, and how the capital flows with equities and metals and the economy and inflation, and he whittles it all down into something that all of us can understand, and that's brilliance. These markets are incredibly complicated, and trading is incredibly complicated. There's millions of ways to make money trading. There's thousands of different instruments to be able to trade. But if you can extract that down into a really, really simple and manageable way of trading, then you're brilliant. You're brilliant.
Well, one of the things I want to talk to you about, I was thinking about this over the weekend, and we had a couple of events this weekend which were important. We had the F1 Championship, which I'll talk to Kane about in a minute, but we had IU, we had Coach Signotti, and I'm saying his name wrong, I'm sure, and my Indiana Hoosiers winning the Big Ten title over the Goliath, which is Ohio State. But one of the things about it was, I know it's like I'm a super fan, so bear with me here for a second. But he made some speeches which, as he was making them, he was talking about football, but I'm thinking trading. I mean, I'm gonna read you a quote right now. Every play has a life and a history of its own, not affected by success, not affected by failure. On to the next play, never satisfied, playing to a standard, not to the circumstances of the game, playing to a standard. And I'm thinking, is he talking about trading or is he talking about football? What a great mindset. And I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Well, one of the reasons why my 20-year-old son Gabriel is going to be such a great trader is he knows how to focus on what's in front of him because he's a college baseball pitcher. The last pitch doesn't matter. The pitch in front of him is the only thing he needs to worry about. Likewise, and what Coach Cignetti is saying is absolutely factual in a long-term profitable trader's life and in a happy, well-adjusted person's life. I cannot sit here and look at what I mean, I can look at what I did in the past. I need to evaluate my behaviors, but I cannot beat myself up over them. I cannot focus too deeply on them, and I cannot worry and project myself far too out into the future. The only trade that matters for me is the next trade. That's the only trade that matters to any of you or any of us is the very next trade. I cannot be affected. If I made how many of you guys have had huge trades where you've made, whatever the subjective number is? You made 50,000, you made 100,000, you made 10,000, you made $1 million. And then you start to think that you're the next coming of Warren Buffett. Before you know it, you piss away that money. That money is gone because you size up before you're ready. You are letting past successes influence your next trade, or you have a bad trade. You have not a bad trade, but you have a trade that you could have improved on. You're thinking about, you're allowing your P&L, you're allowing your past expenses to cloud your judgment on the next trade. So you put on a process-based trade that ultimately proves out to be a hugely profitable trade, but you're already out of it before the market moves because you are trying to make up for past expenses. You are making trades based upon your past, or you're projecting yourself out to be something that you're really not, and you're making trades based upon the future. The only thing that matters is having a plan. The standard, as Coach Cignetti was talking about, the standard. What is my standard? I've got a trade plan today. What is my trade plan today? I am going to execute that trade plan. And what the results are the results. Sometimes I spend more money than I make. Sometimes I make more than I spend. Sometimes I have career making trades. Those things are going to happen, but I need to have a plan. I need to live within the plan, and I need to execute the plan. Look, I've been doing this a very, very long time. I feel like my hands are moving like Gavin Newsom.
No. It's good. It gets to the psychology of what we do, man. I mean, no matter, maybe you made a huge trade, maybe you had a big losing trade, whatever it is, the next trade is brand new. The next chart is brand new. The candle is brand new. The price, the trading ladder, brand new. It's time to reset, focus, and then trade to that standard. You don't change your standard because you need to catch up or you're scared or whatever. You have a standard, you have practiced, you have discipline, and you've been focused, right? Those three things, and then boom, you execute.
I don't like the word discipline, and I don't like the word patience. Everybody uses it. Nobody takes the time to define it. Define it by the way that you live your life. I'm patient. Okay, am I? I'm not patient, but I have a plan that I'm going to execute that makes me look patient. I want what I want, and I want it now. However, I've got a plan, and I'm going to execute that plan. Discipline. Am I a disciplined person? No. If it was up to me, I'd still be in bed. I'd sleep until 10 or 11 o'clock. I'd roll around. I'd eat cheeseburgers and French fries. But because I make a plan, I make a schedule, I appear to be more disciplined than what I am. But you're 100% right. We have to live our lives according to a set of standards, according to a plan. And then we have to trade this. I think, Jim, I'm passionate about this. And when we were kind of chatting earlier, I said, I talk about this all the time, because I know, look, oh my God, see, this gets me all excited. You guys not all of you, but many of you young traders think that trading is all about the charts. I need to study price, all of this nonsense. I need to study. What you need to do is be self-possessed, self-aware. You need to have a plan that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable. You need to be confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. And your mindset is the most important aspect of trading. 80% trading is 80, 90% how you live your life, how you view the world, how you view money, how you view everything, and how you live. If you're a good healer, if you forgive yourself quickly, if you forgive others, with my wife, I say stupid things all the time. I act, I make mistakes, but I am quick to point them out.
Yeah.
I'm not quick to point them out. She's quick to point them out. I'm quick to accept when I've done them wrong. I move on. You know what? I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. And I move. Same trade. I do it the same way that I trade. Now, I don't want to get too far off. I want to continue in this thought, because I don't care if you're Paul Tudor Jones, me, the great Leo Malamed, Anthony Crudele, or you're Druck or whatever, or you're a micro trader trading 2 lots on funding companies. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters, Paul Tudor Jones or a 2-lot micro trader in funding companies, all have something in common. The only trade you need to worry about is the next one. Have a plan, execute that plan, and what the results will be there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe not today, maybe not next week, but they'll be there.
Yeah. And that's what the coach is saying. That's exactly what the coach is saying, man. So anyway, I saw that quote this weekend, and I was, because after, I was euphoric, of course. And I was stressed, by the way, during the game, but I'm euphoric. And I started going back and listening to some of these speeches. And I was like, is this guy talking about trading, or is he talking about football? Anyway, thanks for having that conversation. Let's talk about going into FOMC today. I know a lot of folks are going to kind of wait until we get some information at 2:00, and then again at 2:30. Other folks are going to be involved in the middle, right here, right now. Everyone's going to do something different. But right now, what are these markets thinking about this FOMC meeting, Pax?
Go back and listen to Joseph Wang. I've got nothing to add to what he said. I think there's a lot of upside risk. I think we're going lower. Is that a dip to buy? I don't know. We talked about it on Sunday night. Toppy. This market feels toppy. Is it toppy? What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. But the bonds are selling off, and that is going to drag on equities. At the very least, it's going to make it difficult for the indices to continue to rally. That doesn't mean that we don't, but it does mean that if we do rally for whatever reason, it's going to be a muted rally, and that's what we've seen for the last week and a half. I have not really traded in the last week and a half. And it's funny when I point that out on Twitter, I'll say this market isn't worth, my money. I always get trolled, and people will say, "Oh God, I've had a great trading day. I've had a great 2 weeks." And that's because younger traders like smaller ranges. And that if that's the case for you, that's good. Focus on that. That's your strength. Play to it. Make sure that that's part of, as Coach Signetti talked about, your standard, okay? If you like these 15 in the S&P or NASDAQ 60, 70 handle swings, you like that, then trade it and make money and kill it that way. But build yourself up to big league pitching, because this afternoon could very well be big league pitching, and that's where I excel. I'm a big league hitter. I like big league pitching. I don't like these short little creeping moves. I traditionally get killed in them. So I'm looking forward to whatever we have this afternoon. And I'm looking, my opinion is that we break. And if we do, I'll be solidly on top of it, and I'll trade it with pretty good size. If we rally, I'll sit out and I'll wait.
Yeah. I mean, do what you're good at. Maybe you're the leadoff hitter. Maybe you're the cleanup hitter. Who knows what you are, but you do what you're good at. I get you. But looking at this bond chart, when Crudele tells me, look at bond charts, when you tell me, look at bond charts, I'm going to look at bond charts. And this is a 30-year treasury bond. This is a great contract to trade, by the way, in its own right. But, I was shocked at this breakout down below that 115, 24, 30 seconds. And not only that, we kept on going here. I mean, the September lows are in sight right now.
Oh man, there's the bonds are under tremendous pressure. And, there's not only, I mean, we're September lows is here. Let me tell you exactly what that is. We're looking at 113 even-ish, 113.01.
Yeah.
That's 2 points away from 2.5 points away from where we are. That is, we can be there today. We take out 113.10, then we're back in prices. This is a crazy thing to think about, but we're back in prices that we have not seen since the early 2000s and the late 90s. What happened in the early 2000s and the late 90s, my brothers and sisters? Some scary shit. don't buy dips. In the case, if that happens, be careful buying dips.
Yeah.
You know, if we turn down, be careful buying dips, because I think that this market can really, really, really fall apart before it finds a bottom. You know, go back to I don't want to just go back and look at a chart from 1999, 2000, especially a NASDAQ chart. We broke 87% in 2 years. A lot of people ended up buying that dip. A lot of millionaires bought that dip and ended up waitering at Gibson's. So be careful.
Oh man, there you go. All right, well, we'll see what happens today. We're going to be all over today on NinjaTrader Live. Remember, we got a 1:45 start time this afternoon with me, Shai Craig, and Blake Morrow, covering all this FOMC action. Pax, love you, man. Thank you for being here with me this morning. This is one of my favorite 15 minutes of the day.
Thanks, Jimmy. Hey, I do want to say this before I take off. Play to your strengths. You know, I have never had my best day on a Fed day. Last December, I had my best day of the year, but never my best day in my career. I have, however, had my worst day on a Fed day. So keep that in mind. Protect yourself in all circumstances. Make sure you are here for tomorrow. Make sure you're here for the trade that's going to make your life, make your month, make your life. Okay, make your career. I love you all.
Thanks, Pax. Oh man, that guy is awesome. I could talk to him all day. In any event, it's that time. We are ready to trade the open with Trader Kane and Leo. Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
You guys are looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today.
I'm not feeling it. I'm still trying to wake up, Jim.
Oh man, really? Well, I guess Kane has a head start being across the pond. So he's
it's 2 o'clock here.
Yeah,
middle of the day for him.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm wrapping up, to be honest.
Well, let me just throw this out, Kane. I mean, there was no surprises in Abu Dhabi.
No, like, felt so bad for Oscar though. Guys, what can I do to win this race? And they just ignored him. Like, geez, that must have been harsh. But I mean, I'm happy for Lando, right? Like he deserves it, but wow, like they really did try and fuck it up every way possible. But but also there's two angles. I've had conversations about. Lando deserved it, but man, so did Max. Fucking hell, that second half of the season was incredible from him. So,
and there's a lot of people saying that, you know, Max is so good, his car might be slightly inferior to the McLaren. And they're saying even with that disadvantage, the dude is just unbelievable.
I mean, bro, the guy's insane. Like I'm an avid follower of his sim racing journey, and like all the guys sim racing, bro, he just dominates everything racing. Like absolutely anything and everything racing, he dominates it. Like even when he went to try and pass his Porsche GT3 license, he had to race with like a downgraded car. I mean, he beat some veterans in the race with a shit car, basically.
Yeah.
So,
well,
he definitely deserved it. But
the new Lewis Hamilton, we're seeing him now.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, next season with the changes, I don't want to get into that, but it really could mess him up because it's such a dramatic change with the cars. But we'll see, man. Maybe Alonso's going to come back with something like that because he's a very technical driver and understands racing very well. But there's no disputing that Max is probably the best driver we've seen.
We need to do a paint the tape podcast with me, you, and Leo and talk just F1. We could do that.
Maybe we just start an F1 podcast, Jim, me and you.
There we go.
I mean, you guys could just talk F1. I'll just listen.
So Kane, let's talk about what's new this week in the prop space.
Do you know what, Jim? Not a massive amount, to be honest. We're doing a lot of reflection. I mean, we're coming off a very busy period with Black Friday and Thanksgiving. So I guess most of the changes that a lot of props wanted to make have already been made, right? We saw Lucid and TraderFi launch their new plans, which, to be honest, are going down a hit. I mean, I've heard nothing but positive feedback from, I guess, my community in terms of the Lucid Flex plan. Like, everyone's loving it. My Fund of Futures are planning... My Fund of Futures has been doing this thing recently, right? And I'll let everyone in a little secret is they run these flash sales with like gimmicks. So it's like, use this code on this account and get daily payouts. Obviously, there's some drawbacks or it changes the plan slightly. But what they're doing is they're trying to use that to test whether the market likes these plans, right? And Matt Leach, the CEO of My Fund of Futures, announced that they're going to be bringing back the daily payout plan, which, to be honest, was no shock because I think everyone has seen the rise and the success of Take Profit Trader recently, and that their whole thing is daily payouts. So everyone wants a slice of that pie, right? Take Profit are probably one of, if not second, maybe first of from size perspective. So yeah, that's something to note. And then I guess a little teaser from Tradeovate Prop yesterday was that they're going to be bringing the mini to micro contract converter, is basically what it is. Basically means that you can trade minis and trade out into micros like Pax does, right? So that's going to be an automated feature inside of the Tradeovate platform. And there's some more going to be announced in the coming weeks, all to be implemented more or less around Christmas time. So we can expect some changes coming to Tradeovate very soon. And yes, before people ask, one of the bigger changes is the much requested change from everyone. I'm not going to give it away, but for those asking, it's probably that. So, and then yeah, I guess just from quick hit updates, TBT extended their sale, 30% discount, 100% refund. So as long as you get as long as you get to a payout, you can basically get your money back. So the eval's free. Obviously, it's hard because the accounts flip to intra-trading drawdown. And then some not so positive news, and I guess these are firms that I don't necessarily pay much attention to, but the guys on my Discord do. TickTickTrader is obviously in pretty big trouble. The big announcement from Project X a couple of weeks ago was that they're discontinuing all the support to basically all prop firms. So it's only going to be available at the company that owns it, TopStep. So, which is not a shock to anyone. And then the really bad news for them is that they also refuse to pay their Tradeovate bill, so their Tradeovate access got revoked. So they currently don't have a platform, and their website, I would say, is slowly going offline. So, yeah, TickTickTrader probably not going to be around for much longer. And if for those that follow me will know that I took a bit of calling out on them recently for basically not paying traders what they were owed. Kind of showed some money worries and maybe added fuel to the fire, but it is what it is. And then the Trade Day Discord got hacked for an NFT scam, so maybe these guys need to polish up on some security issues. Friendly word of warning to everybody: if something sounds too good to be true in a prop Discord, it most likely is. Never ever click links. And the last but not least, not so great news is just to fund next move to live. There's just more and more people complaining about being moved to live before the uncapped payouts. And again, like I said last week, we just need to give it time to see how true the wordage from them, meaning that not everyone's going to move to live. Some people are going to get payouts. I guess my biggest worry, and I've communicated this to them, is that I would hate to see influencers, larger accounts, people with bigger followings getting large payouts, and people with smaller accounts consistently being moved to live to avoid paying hundreds of thousands of dollars. I wouldn't like to see that, and I would really hate that. And that's it from me, really, Jim. It's been a pretty boring week in prop. There's obviously some ongoing sales, but I think everyone's winding down in the lead up to Christmas. We had some really big sales with Black Friday and Thanksgiving, so I'm not expecting anything too hot right now.
You started out your sentence, there's not a lot going on, and now it seems to be a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, but that's not a lot, to be honest. It's just, I kind of given my
Yeah.
take on 3 or 4
I
points,
got
but if
got
you'd have asked me 3 weeks ago, geez, it could have been pretty heavy. But yeah, there's enough. So
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that, Kane. I appreciate that update. FOMC today. Let's start with Leo. Leo, what are you thinking about some trade ideas for today?
They're gonna have to pitch it to me nice and sweet because it's FOMC. I don't love trading FOMC before or after it. So I'm gonna be pretty selective.
Okay, so no trades yet this morning. You're just kind of waiting for the perfect setup.
Yep.
Totally makes sense. How about you, Kane?
yeah, look, I mean, I listen to Jason, listen to Pax, and I don't really have much to add on either of those. And the reality is I'm kind of coming in with a bullish bias intraday, but a more bearish bias with FOMC. My bullish bias intraday comes from yesterday trying to take some swings at some shorts and just Nazi refusing to go down. It loved holding hands with ES on the way up, so it was moving, for every half a point on ES, it was moving up 15. But when Nazi corrected a point, NQ just didn't move. Like it just refused to go down. So we saw this higher high structure on Nasdaq and this lower low structure, but actually the correlated move was only correlated on the up, not the down. So it just never made these lower lows. We got some sort of flush in the afternoon, fine. Today, I didn't take shorts off previous day high. I did long. I'm currently in a long off of yesterday's opening range. It was nice, the reoffer, and I basically just longed the reoffer and then a lower time frame reoffer. But yeah, I'm just trying to stay in this trade all day to keep me out of trades right now. This trade is it's risk free for me. They grab me at the open, sweet, it's whatever. And if it runs, it runs. But I kind of don't want to trade too much today. You know, if I wasn't on air, it'd be a heavy admin day. I probably wouldn't even open my trading view. But ultimately, the market is there. It could go up, it could go down. I just want to see them show their hand. I don't have a bias right now.
Okay, so it looks like you're long 3 Nazi with your stop kind of above your entry.
Yeah, I'm just covering it just in case they wick it at the open and try and get me for some slippage. I don't want to take any loss on this trade. So yeah, I'm in at 639, which was the top of yesterday's 30-second opening range, which it just so happens to coincide with that. I basically this was the reoffer for me, and then it was the reoffer here again, and I just caught this on the way back through. And then I sat in all of this, and now it's pulled back, and that's fine for me because I ideally want to see a pullback into this area before a continuation higher. And if they take it to the low and open it up at yesterday's opening range, I'll just stay out. I want to see some sort of bullish structure RTH wise, like opening it higher than yesterday leads me to some sort of intraday, but bias of an up move. And then, like I said, just that decorrelation in the down moves yesterday just doesn't make me very bearish on on Nasdaq right now. Because trust me, it was a slog yesterday trying to get short on that thing.
Yeah. All right, great stuff. Chat, thank you everybody for being here with us. We appreciate you. Best community in the future trading sphere there is, end of story. I have a lot of experience in this, so I'm speaking truth. Appreciate the subscriptions, by the way. You know, our mission is to provide the best programming we can to help everybody out, including myself. I mean, we're already today, we have Top Shelf, we got Kane, we got Leo, we had Joseph Wang, we had Shai, we had Craig Shapiro, we have Morrow coming in later on this afternoon as well. So we want to keep that rolling. Subscriptions help everybody, so we appreciate everybody who is subscribed. And if you're considering it, it's free. Just click on that thing and never miss an episode. So thank you for being here, everybody. I am going to dip in the chat. Kane, Leo, wish you guys the best of luck on your trades.
Jim, appreciate you.
See you, Jim.
soon.
Thank you.
The cat, how you doing, sir?
It's you know what? It's my second favorite streamer to trade with.
You saw that yesterday. Well, you didn't, but Salma did. So, I just thought I'd take a little. You know, I had some time.
A little
thought I'd show
free
some
shot
love.
at me. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all love, you know. Like if I was just coming and started being nice, people would think I was flirting with you or something. I don't want
I
them to think that.
mean, is that wrong?
I do that in private, not in public. Okay.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. So yeah, what I'm hoping. You got long yesterday, right? I watched you get long. Did you stay in
I
it?
did. I stayed in it, and then we just chopped around in these 700s. So I ended up
Yeah.
getting tired of it. So I just got out.
Yeah, they really don't want to push it through that 730s, 740s level. Like I'm looking
Yeah.
at it from yesterday. There's rejection. And I'm just kind of playing some sort of range. I do like that deviation at yesterday's open.
Yeah.
Out of the range, took out previous day low. Gives me that bullish bias today as well.
Yeah.
But man, yeah, I took a loss yesterday at 10 a.m. I don't know what this is. I took a loss yesterday at 10 a.m. and then I caught this flush and then it flushed in the afternoon, and overnight. But yeah, I missed out on most of it. It was just shorting the 730s level over and over.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
But yes, like I just saw it yesterday when I was like wrapping up my journal, just because it was draining yesterday for me. It was just like ES was perfect. All the fucking down moves played perfect. All the up moves played perfect. But ES would have like a 10-point push, and that's it. Just Nasdaq's up 150 ticks, and I'm just like, oh, what the fuck? Like, it was just silly. It was just so silly. and it was hard to get in short. So I'm just leaning more bullish today.
Yeah, I think like higher time frame, we're still going up. Um, Kind of obvious to say that, but we have this balance area that we broke out from. Um, Kind of we have a little bit of overlap now with the current range, but we're above the monthly open, we're below the weekly open, we're inside the week, last week. We're stuck in this consolidation range. Duh, FOMC is today. So
Yeah,
I mean it makes sense.
just
But
gonna
I mean,
punch it,
even
isn't
then,
it?
even that though, there's still it's not that far for new highs.
Yeah, see, this is where I would be like, I would love a flush to get long to the high, but like, I just don't know. Like every time I won some sort of flush and I lean bearish, we just never get it. And then the flush comes with some extremely volatile news where it leaves me out of it. So I would like, I would like a flush with FOMC, take out the current daily high with some sort of bullish intraday, sell it off at FOMC and then buy it back throughout the night, maybe, like we
Yeah.
always do. So
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, the other case is high time frame traders could come in today and make a lower high here and we start marching lower, but
I'd just rather wait for it. Do you know
I'd
what I mean?
rather wait for it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like for me that would be, we have to start breaking down like below 480 and then below last week's low. That would be my gauge because this range between 196 to 306, kind of that 200 that 100 point range is there's a lot of overlapping highs and lows here. So just from a pure price action perspective, that would be kind of the pivot point, I think, for me on a much higher time frame to go, okay, something's definitely changed back to the sell side,
Mm. Yeah. I say this, knowing me, I'll take a few stabs at some sort of rotation higher or lower, but it will not be of any meaningful size. So
Yeah.
anyway, chat, how are we? Fiber, good morning. Fiber optic, he's just always here. What a guy. Um, um, when you say you got caught the reoffer of yesterday's opening range, what does it mean? Can you walk us through? Yesterday's opening range is this yellow box. So for me, we traded into it here, and then there's lower high, and then this is the reoffer because it held. Like this is not divergence. This is just showing that it didn't take this low. It held, it broke. So for me, like this could be the move, probably is the move. But I caught this reoffer here. So because this was the move, it could have just V-shaped. It reoffered, uh, a chance to buy it again. That's basically it. But so I caught that, but I'm not, like I said, I'm just trying to stay in this trade to keep me out of bad trades. I could have paid myself, but chose not to. But yeah, like even now, ES is now making a low against this 905 low, and Nazi's just chilling. And yesterday at the open was ridiculous. ES didn't even make an uptick, and NQ just shot up 50 points. So maybe we'll get something like that today, and I can start to trail this. But yeah,
Yesterday's trade was a grind.
yeah, it looked fucking horrible, to be honest. I was glad I didn't touch it. Well, at least till post 10.
Our vol's coming down. That's kind of my gauge for, how active should I be or not.
Santarelli, everyone's expecting it. So I don't know. I side with Nick that I don't want to trade the market as much. So I'm just trying to pick spots to be long for longer or short for longer.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it for me, really.
longer for longer.
Fun fact, last December's Fed meeting day was a 3.65% move. The market dynamic was different then. Trump wasn't president, or was he? I think he'd just been announced, right? I think he'd just won. But I know he wasn't acting. Anyway, so yeah. What do I think of backtesting? I think backtesting is important to do the reps, but also like when you move to live, you do add that emotional barrier to it where you start risking money, and you'd be a fool to say that losing money doesn't affect your emotions.
Respectfully,
No one watches
respectfully. Hey, but he said respectfully. Nobody watches
respectfully.
F1.
Respectfully, no one watches it. Respectfully, that conversation was about 30 minutes ago.
Respectfully, you're just wrong.
I think he's watching in reverse. Yeah, respectfully and factually, you are wrong. Yeah, it's one of the most watched sports because we'll call it a sport.
Oh, is it a sport though?
I mean, if you Google highest paid sportsman or woman, let's just say men, because yeah, sportsman.
In
F1 drivers will appear
terms
on that.
of
Like,
sports,
yeah, Lewis Hamilton's getting
how
paid 60 million a year.
popular is F1 racing? I'm just gonna see the popularity. Let's see if anybody watches F1. Okay. Global popularity 1.5 B with a billion with a B people follow F1 worldwide in some capacity. Regular season viewership sits around 70 to 90 million per race globally. So I think people do in fact watch F1. I think that's a fact. Let's see. Is okay, how it ranks overall. So this is stack ranked by global popularity. So we're talking global. Soccer, number 1. Cricket,
Shock.
number 2. What the
Yeah, bro, it's India though. It's India. There's so
Oh, okay,
like
okay.
100% of India follows cricket.
Okay. Basketball, number 3.
Yeah.
Formula One, number 4. Number 5, American football, NFL. Number 6, tennis, rugby, and baseball, depending on the region.
Okay. So Formula One is more
If you
popular.
look only at the US, F1 is behind NFL, NBA, and MLB, but growing faster than almost anything else.
Yeah. It's definitely since Drive to Survive, the Netflix show, I've seen a massive uptake in Formula One spectators. It's been crazy.
Let's just see just the stats for the US.
So globally, Formula One is more popular than American football, which is
Correct.
historically one of the highest paid sports ever. But I think the NFL Super Bowl is still one of the most watched sporting events ever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since 2018, in the US, F1 fandom has more than doubled. 70% of new fans are under the age of 35. F1 is the fastest growing major sport on US social media. Drive to Survive is credited with the 30 to 40% bump in US interest.
Yeah. Yeah, the World Cup is definitely the highest, 100%. The World Cup final is the most watched sporting event on the planet. It's not even up for debate. But yeah, anyway, we've learned today that people do in fact watch Formula One.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him. The thing is that we went on for so long that production had time to find that.
Yeah, we did. It was a long bit.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. They didn't decide to get my stop here, and we've got the open in 7 minutes. It's not looking too hot for me. If there are any
7
buyers
minutes.
if there are any buyers in the chat, this is your time to shine. Chat. Are we leaning more bullish or bearish today? Tell me. Was there a poll? I think there probably was, right?
Every morning I get on and I give the poll the same response.
Neutral.
Bullish.
Bullish. Send it. Yeah, I also like
I
to
just
hedge
want to
my
be
bets.
consistent, Kane. I give the show a like, and
Yeah,
I say I'm bullish.
same.
I'm bullish on NinjaTrader Live.
I'm bullish on NinjaTrader Live. I'm neutral always because I like to hedge my bets.
If you're bullish on NinjaTrader Live stream, give us a like. And if you're bearish, give us a like as well.
If you're bearish, subscribe.
Pretty easy.
Stocks only go up. Wow, do you really want us to do a whole nother bit on stocks only going up? Are you sure?
I'll let
You
you lead
sure
that
you
one,
want to do
Kane.
that? Ah. What's the stat? If you historically buy the RTH open and sell the RTH close, you lose money. Let that one sink in. Yeah, you sure about that?
Are you getting in on the SpaceX IPO, Kane? Somebody wants to know.
SpaceX are IPOing?
Next year. So it's
You know that
Kraken. So it's
you,
Kraken.
that's the IPO I really want in on, right? That's the real one. Like no bullshit. Everyone around me will tell you if there's an IPO I can buy right now, it'd be the Kraken IPO. If and when they IPO at some point. That's the fact. And Kraken just happened to own NinjaTrader. So huge, $22 billion estimated revenue. Who's that? This is Kraken?
SpaceX?
No, it's
Kraken.
got to be. Which one are we talking about?
Kraken has tentacles and everything. The FOMC is required to contact Kane before every release.
Yeah, it's true. I'm waiting for the phone call from the big man. SpaceX are making $22 billion just from their satellites alone. Are they making money though? You know the IPO I'm not rushing to get into?
Hang on, let me guess.
Go on.
It's a company that makes
Makes
fuck.
what?
I can't remember now. Something. Oh, no.
Come on. Everyone uses it probably.
Oh. Maybe I'm on the wrong wavelength.
Yeah, I'm not looking to get into the OpenAI $1 trillion IPO. Fuck that. That is one I'm gonna miss. Yeah. Miss me with that bullshit.
I was gonna
I,
go with something more humoristic.
oh, like
Something that you hate to eat.
like a company that makes tiramisu. Yeah, like a catering,
Tiramisu.
like an
Exactly.
Italian, like an Italian
Or that
catering
breakfast shit
company.
that we were talking about last time.
What was the breakfast shit we were talking about?
I don't know.
Yo, Gold. Hello, what are you doing?
Some type of like meat. Disgusting sounding meat. Beans on toast.
Yeah, fuck that. That's gross. I really don't like beans on toast. Um, hating tiramisu is insane. I think liking tiramisu and being conditioned by 99% of the population that tiramisu is unreal because one person said it and they don't want to stand out of line is insane. I think tiramisu is mid, and if you try and convince me otherwise, you can just save it to your notes because I just can't be convinced. And Shab will tell you that. And Sav will also agree with me. There you go. Look, agreed, Kane. It's mid. It's mid. It's just mid. It's not a good dessert.
Wait. English. What is English breakfast sausage?
It's just it's like a burger made with pork meat more often than not, instead of
Would that be any different than American breakfast sausage?
I don't think so, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, we just like to call things English, and sometimes, think they're about to get me here, boys and girls. 64350 is my stop.
It's a square. Is it a square sausage?
Square sausage, yeah. To be honest, bro, it's like I I'm not a massive breakfast person, so I haven't eaten a full English in probably 3, 4 years.
Okay.
I'm gonna say something really controversial
Are
again.
you really from England though? Like you don't even know
I'm
the
an ex
culture?
benefit. Yeah, I do know the culture. I just choose to ignore it. Um, I personally, if I have breakfast, I'm an eggs Benedict guy. Oh, that's fucking great. That's fucking great. Or an eggs royale, something like that, you know? Salmon, eggs Benedict, chef's kiss. Keep your fucking tiramisu. Give me the eggs Benny.
Okay, 20 seconds till the open, Kane.
Yeah, they're getting me, aren't they? They're gonna take me and then they're gonna fucking run it. You watch. I'm not moving it though. I'm not doing it. Not doing it, chat. That is so cooked. There you go. They got me just before. That's even better. No slippage at the open. There you go. That would have been me either way. See, the thing is, yeah, thanks. Sausage roll from Greg's. Poor. Go ahead.
Oh, I think they are gonna come get you, brother.
They already got me, brother.
They did. Okay.
Yeah, they got me just before the open. Which, to be honest, I'm not upset about because ES and NQ are a bit more aligned today. So far at least.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I was trying to play some sort of divergence there, and it's not giving. So
What about sausage rolls? What's a sausage roll?
oh, bro, you've never had a Greg sausage roll. You need to come to the UK just to have a Greg sausage roll. I'll pay for the flight. Honestly, oh,
What? What is a
unreal.
sausage roll?
Oh, what like? How do you explain what a sausage roll is to an American person?
They
It's
say I'm
like
missing out.
it's like sausage meat in like a the shape of like a hot dog sausage almost. It's not like that, but it's like that, and then it's in a pastry. Phew, brother. Phew.
They have something similar like that at some donut shops around here, but it's not sausage inside. It's like a hot dog.
Yeah, no, because
It's not the same.
you get like that in like pretzels, right? Like a pretzel dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a dog like it's not like the hot dog kind of sausage. It's the sausage meat in a pastry.
Texas kolache. Yeah.
Oh,
AMA trades. Yeah.
so good.
Okay. I'll give you the W on that.
Yeah, they're goated, bro, actually.
I'll refresh my screen here for a second.
So not really doing much.
Testing, I'm the guinea pig for a lot of the testing things that we're doing.
Oh,
And something we're trying to show on the chart is not showing.
they took out that. Is that the overnight low? They just took it out, right?
Yes, they did.
Yes,
Yep.
they did. Shit, does that mean we're buying it? Are we? It's yesterday's opening range low as well.
Let's get in there.
Let's get in there like swimwear. Not really anywhere for me to get in right now.
Just gonna send it.
You won't believe it. Uh, I would never do that. I would, but I'd find it very hard. It's not really anything right now. I need to wait at least 3 minutes.
Don't be stingy. – She went right to the mid. The current mid. OR mid.
Huh?
The current OR mid is at basically 36, like right here. 30,
Yeah.
34. The more we just hang out here, the less I like this trade. Because it really should just start to roll
Are you sure?
to the upside. No, I'm long. I'm long.
Yeah. I say I can't imagine you being short into that overnight low.
But taking out this overnight low and then, you know, getting back above it and staying bid is important. But what's also important is that we don't spend a lot of time down here.
Yeah, you want to get it straight out, yeah. And that ain't happening.
Yeah, I'm out.
It's looking a bit silly.
Yeah, I was just looking for that overnight low, you know, sweep, rebid, and you know, and they didn't go, and that's my sign to get out.
Yeah, I agree with you actually.
What is black pudding?
Black pudding is, you know what? I've actually only eaten it once and it was horrible, so I've never eaten it again. But it's pig's blood in a pudding. I don't know how they make it. Never looked into it. Don't really care because I don't eat it. But
That
it's not
sounds
really.
fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it wasn't fucking nice. Some people just fucking love it, bro. They love it. Um, I am not one of those people. Did we just take out previous day low? No, we did on
Getting
ES.
close.
So we already smacked it on ES. I imagine Pax is laughing his way to the bank today.
Yeah, the opening range short was pretty clean.
Yeah, he probably fought it a few times trying to grab it, and then got in and just rode this puppy. And he's already got his 10-point rotation, needs 5 more, and he's chilling. Yeah, there's lots of depression area dishes, like, you know, where they made do with what they could do, like paste, like a Cornish pasty. It's like lunch thrown in a pasty, and it's just become a thing. Yeah, 65 handle just hit on NQ. Yeah, I know Pax is not
Wait, is pasties are a big thing in the UK?
like. I mean, Cornwall is famous for Cornish pasties, right? So yeah, it's like a thing.
Oh, so what's weird is that it's also a thing in Upper Michigan.
Was Upper Michigan a mining state?
No, but why would it be? It's really popular up there.
Yeah, so basically it
I
used to
think
be
it's
for the
because
miners.
yeah, the miners is I know the backstory, but there's a reason it's popular in Upper Michigan. I can't remember why. It's like the people that migrated there. Fuck. Copper mining. Okay, maybe I am wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, so like all mining states or like mining esque like areas, they will be big on pasties or
Yeah,
pasties, as I heard them called, but pasties, because it just people used to just chuck their food in it, take it down to the mine, just fucking. They used to open it, and then eventually people realized they could just eat it, right, and just nom through it.
I don't know if this is gonna run me over, but I'm gonna take this or mid short.
Yeah, I like it to be honest. It's all volume outside of it. Yeah, I like it. Um,
Got
oh
some selling
fuck.
coming in right there.
I would take it. I just Yeah, good luck. Hoping for you, brother. You can take it to the other side of the open. Fuck, it's bigger range today, isn't it? How's my chart set up? Love the candles on the right. The candles on the right is just an indicator called TLM HTF. You can download it for free. And how do I set it up? I actually have my chart set up to this one. I have NQ here. I have ES over here on the left, and then I have gold on the bottom left. So I can just look at it because I trade NQ the most, so it's on my right. And then I have these two here that I can just look. So it takes the most effort to look at NQ, but it's just how I do it. It's been my standard size recently, 2, 3-ish.
Took one off here for 20.
Yeah, that's good, man. It's fucking great short, to be honest. So yeah. Anyway, chat, enough about food. How's everyone's trading going? Just talk trading. I know some people hate it. You can take some off at 59 or just below 600
Yeah,
as well.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm in one now.
Yeah, that's nice. Good shit. What's the indicator at the bottom on Leo's chart?
This is the tape reader. It's free. Cost 0. Actually, new rule. If you want to download it, you have to give a like.
Yep. You can only spend in likes, actually. Yep.
Yeah. Kane, my indicator on TradingView that I put out there, the OR mid trade is still out there. They haven't taken it down yet. Everyone told me it was the TradingView would just take it down.
Nah, no. What's it called? OR mid?
What? Here, I'll link it to you. Are you gonna report it?
No, I would never do that. That's ridiculous. That's so bad. I would actually never do that.
How do I send it? Like, oh, yeah, here it is. It's called RTH opening range with extensions.
Leo, it has 397 downloads.
Yeah, quite a few people, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's good. So this
Do you know who
is
came after me in the chat and in my Twitter comments? Guess.
who? Wait,
Lux Algo.
what'd they say?
They were like, "Oh, vibe coding an already open sourced indicator." Ha ha ha. And
I
I
would
was
have
just like, "Are
responded.
you guys okay?"
Yeah, like drop the ego, boys. Yeah, you're making indicators. Chill out. Like, isn't your company doing well?
Do you know what's funny is, I mean, yeah, for me, just I'm a little guy on Twitter. Like, why would they care? I went to their site because after they said that, I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know there was one out there." So I tried to search like opening range indicator. Da, da, da. They have thousands of indicators, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't find the one that he was talking about that he linked to.
There
Just
are
added it to your chart. Awesome.
there are a bunch. Okay, so they have opening range with breakouts and targets. They have that.
How dare I vibe code such a complex indicator? I know, right?
But their
I
opening
think I'm just gonna
range.
get out of this. Just
Gosh, this is ugly. Holy fuck. Okay, so let's put it like this. If I put their range, this is the right now, this is their
are you
5 minute
showing theirs or
opening
mine?
range. I'm showing theirs right now because it's wrong, is my point. Is that their opening range is it's saying it hasn't broke.
Oh,
Like it's not
ORB with targets.
it's also opening range 5
Oh,
minute.
it's set to 15 minutes.
Yeah. It's rubbish. It's fucking trash, actually. For a company that
Yeah,
makes so much money from indicators, you'd think they'd get that right, but they're not
right,
traders. They're just people that create indicators and make money
right.
off of it.
Yeah,
So, the
yeah.
end.
They're good marketing people, you know, they're good at marketing.
Business is business, but like, Yours has logic that you use. The end.
Yeah. No, I think it's awesome. The people that use it or downloaded it and are using it, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. This is you can manually change it to 5 minute. I just want a section where I want to pick 5 minute mid, not the time frame, because yeah.
Yeah. There already are, Nick. They're talking about us again on Reddit. All of us, actually.
Are they really?
You included.
Me?
Yeah, Kane, Nick, Tanya.
Fuck the trash ass Reddit guys.
Yep.
They're broke.
Hey.
They're not incels. They're broke people that have nothing better to do with their time than complain about
Yeah.
people on Reddit. Like, you would never catch me bitching about someone on Reddit. I've got far too many more important things to do than that.
Agreed.
I don't know. I'm intrigued what the haters are saying.
What are they? They're just saying that we're not worth watching.
Then
You know, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of Reddit type of comments.
yeah.
Everyone is tough behind a keyboard. Yeah. Nick, they did say Nick, they said Nick seems to get some sniper entries. So Nick, just saying. Not worth watching, but worth talking about all the time.
If I said this to someone not so long ago, they were like, "You don't make money." I was like, "Okay, well, cool. I'll let you tell that to my accountant, so I don't have to pay tax this year."
Have I done any studies on a Fed day? With respect to how much it moves? What happens in the morning? If you long the lows so far, what would the TP for you guys? Oh, I would use this right here, 63 as a TP, and then prior day close. Those would be my next logical targets.
I'd
So
be out.
if you're long, this is target 1, this is target 2.
So
That's not financial advice. That's just,
why you would get long and
what
where
I would
you
do.
TP,
What I
yeah.
would do.
I
If
would have
you're at
only
that
longed
position,
600.
you trade your strategy.
Yeah. If I was long from 600s because I did mark it out, I would have taken some sort of stab there of some like 30-second inversion here. I would probably have cut most of it here, 52, because that's the 50% range from here. Like if I just replay this quickly, to here, you'll see a line, dotted line right here. It says logical liquidity target. That would have been the trade for me, which is not sexy, but it's just how I would have done it. And then you have this target, midnight, and obviously new daily high. So
That's a spicy long. Not taking out yesterday's low. I got to give you credit if you took it. That's a banger of a trade.
yeah, normally I would sit there and say, well, ES did, but based on yesterday, I would not fucking trust that. So, it's definitely a spicy long, and ES well, the 1 minute was clean, eh? I'm imagining the
Yeah, yes, took it out. Yeah.
the boys and girls were loving that.
Is the tape reader on NinjaTrader? Yes, it's on NinjaTrader and some other platforms. Not available on TradingView because they don't have the data that's needed to display it on TradingView.
Do you know
TradingView
something?
doesn't have ask and bid volume.
The more I think about this, as someone that like when I got involved in trading, like TradingView was kind of just my go-to. Like I fucked around with CQG and other stuff and some DEX platforms, CFDs, but like from a futures perspective, I was like TradingView. I'm really shocked that a company makes so much money doesn't have that.
Yeah, same. Is it on Trade-of-8? Not yet.
I don't know.
Not
Yeah.
yet. How
There are
about
some
that?
really good There are some really good updates coming to Trader that I wish I could tell everyone about, um, but I'm not allowed.
There
But
is a tape reader indicator on TradingView, but it's not from us.
there is a tape read on where? On NinjaTrader.
Well, somebody said there's a tape reader indicator on TradingView, but I can assure you that it's not reading the tape.
Yeah, and also the volume profile on TradingView updates like every 30 minutes or something.
Oof.
Yeah, it's trash. Two 35, 45.
The volume in TradingView is not real. It's calculated. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sent via an API. Yeah.
Yep.
You have the Kane indicator. I will openly sit here and say that although this indicator, I do use this indicator, and the indicator is coded for the logic of how I trade, I've actually had zero input in how this has been built. So I don't want to take credit for it because it's someone paid to join my Discord and created it for free and put it out for free. I could have a problem with that. I don't.
All right. So
So,
I'm getting along this OR mid here.
yeah.
Just kind of using it as my pivot.
The other side of your trade, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
And also the way we bounced off of that low is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like it. You had the reoffer, kind of broke a little bit. Now
Had
it's
some
another reoffer.
exhaustion right at my
Yeah.
level.
What's this? Is the squiggly 9 the overnight VWAP?
This one, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, nice little stab at it. Can I suggest the best SMT indicator? I'm gonna be honest, I think all of them are trash. The only one I've ever used and liked is the one that I had made for me. No, all profiles aren't real. Like if I bring up the volume profile right now, and put it on my chart, it won't be the same as Leo's. And I don't know what the settings on this are, but it just doesn't update. Like this doesn't move. You know how it doesn't move? Where are the glasses? I have these ones in front of me, but to be honest, they give me glare. So I kind of see the glasses a lot more because of the lights. So I've got to use anchored volume profile. Well, like either way, it can't work, bro, because the reality is that it's extremely delayed. Because if this has information from somewhere, this is ugly, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like this has a bit of a potential fail in here, but still bidding at these 630s. So I just don't want to see that continue. I don't know. I'll let this trade play out. I'm not gonna intervene just because it looks ugly right now.
Would I look for longs here? Someone asked. Not really, because look at NQ right now, and let me just bring up ES. ES cleared this, so like for me, I would want to see a pullback on ES and then look to bid NQ off of it. And if we pull back into this low, I could rebid it. Like I said, the reasons that I said about Leo's long looking good, I think just still
right.
remain true until this low gets taken. So realistically, I want to bid this here, invalidate it here.
All right, so we scratched one, we won one, we lost one. That's where we're at.
Scratch one, won one, lost one. Yeah, I scratched one today. So how much, Leo, how much are you up after those?
Well, zero, because one trade was profitable, one was not, and the other was a scratch. So
That checks out.
the R is basically -1 or 0 or 1, maybe 0.5.
Jeez, I have to remove this off my chart. Sorry, whoever asked for it. It's fucking hideous. Messing with my brain. Oh, change the row size to 2000 plus. I think we went the wrong way, brother.
Damn, I still like getting along here. Just seeing buyers just continue to.
Or you can ask me for my P&L on the day. I round tripped $2,500 because I just wanted to stay long all day. What? Value area down. This. Value area up. This. Oh, this is horrible. Horrible. Are we going to dip and rip with FOMC? Maybe. But you know, just like, be honest, guys. Is this not too much on my chart? Like, I think it is.
Oh
Is
yeah,
there a way?
that's a hot mess.
Is there a way I can anchor this to the left?
I don't even know how you have it anchored to the right. I couldn't figure that out earlier, or when I was messing around with it. I think
I
I
can
might take a
shrink
stab
it
at this
down.
now. Oh, we're getting spicy.
Anchor to the left is an option. Where? Inputs, volume up, text, number of rows. I like this reoffer.
Yeah, I just got in. Just jumped in here at 99.
I'm stuck on replay. Fuck off.
This would be a rebidding area for these, to hold these lows.
Yeah. Style, third option down equals placement.
So I want
Style,
to see
third
this
option.
kind of start to take off.
Holy. Okay, still seems a bit much, but we'll leave it on there for now. Okay, so for me, the reason I would look to bid this out of here is we came down, tagged this. Now all I want to see is some sort of buyer do this and then just to basically target this high. So for me, the long will be this, but I need to see a closure.
Do we have any? We don't have any. Nothing at 10 a.m. No news.
Nah, I think they cleared the day.
No.
So ES again, kind of seeing the opposite of yesterday. NQ's being correlated on the down moves, but not the up moves. They're really fucking with us, eh? Okay, they either get me here or they... Whoa, there you go. They got me. Okay. I'm in from 9.25, 609.25. Just got my stop below the current low, and I just want to see them clear this down move now. I'm only in one, very, very small size.
Pretty tight range for even for an FOMC morning.
Yeah, so far. I'm just, I'm liking to side with the buyers based
Yeah.
on the current week. So
Yeah, I agree.
I have to remove these fucking lines. They're doing my head in. Oh, wow. Jesus. How do I get to it?
All right, I took one off. There's the anchored view up from the high right here. And then I want to hold through this OR. I'm looking for the OR high at least at 63 for my next TP.
So you'll front run me at 63. I'll take 72.
Fair enough. I'll still have one left for that.
Yeah, nice. Thank you.
You see how we're trading, you know, we traded through it once, back through it again, back through it again. You know, in theory, it should be pretty easy to go to the other side of the OR at this point. So it's, you know.
Yeah, I agreed. I use the 30-second opening range. Leo uses the 5-minute opening range. But I'm kind of aware of them all, you know.
Somebody's watching this 5-minute bid. They just
Yeah.
have it.
They just smacked it.
Slam it on you for a minute there.
Yeah.
But you know, that's why I take profit there.
Yeah. He really fucking. Kane's volume profile. I only put it on because someone told me that it does update if you use anchored volume profile versus the normal volume profile. Now Leo just needs to cook the volume profile for trading view, and we'll just use that all of the time.
I don't think that's gonna happen, brother.
Ugh, see, how many likes? How many likes? Tell me.
I don't think that's a vibe coding activity.
No, you could do it. I know you can. If there's anyone that can do it, it's you. Bitcoin's dumping, NQ should follow. I'm gonna guess that that is not true. I think they may happen. That may happen, but I don't think they're that correlated. And the reason I say that is because Bitcoin has had a down year and Nasdaq has had an up year. A pretty fucking great up year, by the way. Where's your entry?
98.
Oh shit, you really called the fucking... Yeah. Yeah, the thing is it just covers too much of my screen.
Gonna have to sit through some chop to see if this trade works or not. Tape reader did flip nicely.
Fuck yeah, I believe.
You gotta believe.
Sellers, well, to be honest, PNW Life 7581 says, sellers are dominant. Why go long? Footprint is bearish. Because I can. That's why. Yeah, I don't really like that level. And if I'm wrong for 21 points on 1 mini. And if I'm right for 63 points. I'd rather side with the bulls based on the fact that ES is above its opening range. It's kind of breaking out, and I think that it would drag NQ by the scruff of its neck if ES
I got a
goes up.
question for PNW. Sellers are dominant. Why go long? What have the sellers accomplished in the 30 minutes that they've been dominant?
Big fat zero, to be honest.
You should ask yourself that question.
Absurdly discretionary. I love that. That's gonna be my new. I'm copywriting that. Sorry,
That
Steve.
is a great one.
Absurdly discretionary.
Yeah.
That's mine. Yeah, I'll pay you some royalties, but that's it. Nothing else. I think the key thing, right, and everyone can sit here and argue it, is right now, buyers are stepping in at the lows and sellers are stepping in at the highs, and neither of them can agree what to do in the middle. If one of them steps in at the middle, it's typically when you get breakouts. Right now, we're not getting breakouts, we're getting buyers buy it to the high, sellers take over, and they sell it back. That's all we're seeing. Good morning, Norseman.
Oh, push it, push it, push it. They're chilling.
Yeah, they're chilling.
We
Darian
we
asked,
love these 30s. I'm gonna TP one more.
I'm only in
I'm
one.
just gonna lock in some profits because we're just chopping around. If it goes up higher, great. PNW made me all nervous with his comment about sellers. Like I have no clue. I'm just clueless on what's going on.
Fuck the sellers. I'm normally a seller on a day like this, and trust me, it normally hurts. It's a battle. Offer is
Offer
thick.
is thick at the mid. That is a fact. You'd see it in the price and the deltas.
Yeah. They're eating in the middle and shitting out of both ends. Correct. Yep.
There we go. You guys are welcome. I took a premature TP
Oh,
so that the market could move.
I was like, what the fuck are we thankful for?
Me
You sold it.
taking one for the team.
You actually sold one. You actually were
Yes.
helping sellers, actually. You should have bought more.
I took one for the team.
No, you
Kane,
should have
do you
been
not know how this
buying.
works?
You should be buying the whole way.
Do you not know how this works?
Yeah, I know. You're the sacrifice. Thank you. You were the sacrifice. So sellers thought that they were winning. Sellers sold, buyers bought more. Now we go up, and you're the only person that doesn't benefit. We appreciate you.
Thank you for
Okay.
the harvest. You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going break even here, boys and girls.
Leo
Okay.
is my favorite indicator. You're welcome. You guys are so welcome. And if that doesn't get you to like this stream, I don't know what will.
Leo the lamb. That's fact. Leo converted from a tiger to a lamb for us.
They're going to be talking about me on Reddit today.
Yeah, Leo sucks. He fucking sold before the pump. Blah, 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 blah.
Do you have any stats on your 5-minute indicator? So I think I do have back tested. I have back tested the OR mid trade, but I would be leery about publishing my results in the sense that if you like the trade setup and you like what you see over, doing your own research, then you should also back test it yourself and come up with the stats based on how you would trade it. And that would be probably different than mine. I'm a little, I share things because I am passionate about trading and helping other traders find, not strategies, but just helping other traders find ways to think about markets. And so I share what I use to not only inspire folks like you people that are traders just like me to go through similar processes, not to replicate or copy what I do. I don't know if that makes sense.
That makes sense. You're sharing what works for you, but not like one. It's not like you're sitting here and charging people to know about the 5 minute mid trade. It's something you publicize.
Yeah.
It's free.
Right.
You put your money on the line every single day it appears. When you're happy with it, you take it. It's subjective sometimes, but that's your discretion and you're entitled to do that.
Yes, exactly.
The moment you're like, oh, it does this, suddenly everyone's like, well, it doesn't because I took that today and for the week it lost every time. Yeah, your time horizon's a bit too short there, my boy. And the reality is it's never worth it. That's just the
Yeah.
truth. You should figure it out, do the reps, and if you don't resonate with it, you don't resonate with it. The end.
And the thing is I can share the stats that I have. I have, I have done that in other places, but ultimately, if you're going to have confidence in any system, you need to go through that work too. So if I give you a trade setup and say, here's the stats, well, one, you may falsely believe in it or give it too much weight, right? If it shouldn't have that much weight. You may blindly use it and not understand the nuances of the back test or the way that I would trade it. And therefore, I don't share stuff like that because I don't think it's really ultimately beneficial. Overconfidence is definitely an indicator.
I think any
Yeah.
streamer should post P&L. Why? What is the streamer owe to you to entitle you to their P&L?
Leo
paying it-
invents lines on like the OR mid that get in way of his epic trades. But you know what, Norseman? It's also on your chart, so you're aware of it too. Can you provide your social security number and address? Are you gonna come take care of my family or something?
I think people that stream, like if people stream, I think this is twofold, right? And this is my argument all the time. Is I could give you my yearly P&L, but two things. A majority of that is made up off stream because the
Did you
truth
say
is
made
that
up? You made it up?
like the majority of the P&L is made up on stream, off
I
stream.
know. I'm kidding.
Yeah, fuck you.
I'm kidding.
Anyway, it's made up off stream, and I don't owe anyone to sit at a computer all day to um to sit there and share my P&L. Like even if HMRC was like, we need to watch you make this money, I'd be like, fuck it, I just won't do it. The end. If it's too much effort, then why would I do it?
Well,
And also,
there's a misconception. I think there's a lot of streamers that are just streaming like, here, look and watch me and see how much money I make and let me post my P&L all over the screen when I make money, etc. I'm not here to do that. I'm trading micros. I'm not trying to display to you how big I trade or how massive, how much money I can make. I'm just literally talking through some of the trades that I would, take on a normal basis, some trade setups, talking through the markets, and you know, being here for the community of it. I'm not here to demonstrate to you how many millions of dollars that I make or don't make or Kane makes or doesn't make. It's just not why I'm here.
we wouldn't want to take advice from unprofitable streamers. Look, this is like actually the luxury about streaming is that if you watch someone for a consistent period of time, you'll be able to see if they make money or not. Like that's just it. Like I think the entirety of streaming is proof of work. Sitting there saying like, "Oh, I need to see your P&L on a monthly basis for this, for that." Like watch the stream because the reality is if I make money in the time windows that I stream, then I'm going to make money in those time windows. And if not, you're not going to see it anyway. So what's it going to do for you? I could post my every single monthly P&L, but you could go watch streams and I could have lost every single stream. The two don't need to be correlated for that to be the same thing. So sitting there saying like, oh, the P&L is proof of work. No, you're just lazy and you want someone to say like, oh, am I worth the time to watch a free stream on YouTube? That's
Yeah,
it.
watching is optional.
Yeah.
Hey, but watching is optional. Hitting the like button is not. That's not optional. But 1,200 of 600 or so, 700 or so are acting like it's optional. Yeah, the 24-hour view up is being a real pain in the ass. Thank you for calling that out, Bradley.
That sounds like cope. Bro, I literally have proved to several thousands of people. You can go on my YouTube and literally watch me round trip a $15,000 trade, like I don't care about it, and then argue with a guy to take one mini. You can literally watch that real time. Like it's not about the money half the time. It sounds exactly what like an unprofitable streamer would say. Not to be an egocentric piece of shit, but I can assure you I'm pretty good on the fucking money front. I can assure you. Please make NQ pump. Nah. You can troll me all you want, but like ultimately, I I'm actually just trying to help you. I couldn't give a shit if you think I make money or not. When my tax bill arrives at the end of the day, I'm the one that has to pay it. And when I want to spend a fucking ridiculous amount of money on a holiday to the Maldives, I can do that. Not from people paying me, not from anything else, from just money I make trading. That's it.
Why doesn't the chat post their P&L? Oh my gosh. Where are we going? We're going nowhere. Look at this. Kane, this is a Job. If he was watching, I bet he's not. This is a perfect Gaussian distribution this morning.
Job is a secret. Job is a secret supporter.
Job
More so recently,
loves Gaussian distributions.
he's been posting us on Twitter. He's like, tune in with the boys, and every so
Yeah.
often he'll just slide in the chat, be like, "Yo, what's up?"
Yeah. I always try to call, like, see if he's watching by just ask. Like, I can either say Gaussian distribution and he's start chatting, or I can just be like, yo, if Job was watching, and he'll start chatting. So clearly he's not watching today.
Yeah, I know you're not. Okay, fine. You're not trying to be a troll, but also at the same time, like, if I show you a P&L for the year of, I don't know, let's just say $5 million, what's that going to do for you? Like, truly, what is it actually going to do for you? If I turn up on stream every day and smack 100 minis and you watch me take a 35, 40K loss, what's that going to do for you? It's only going to incentivize fucking trolls. And when I take a 200K winner, everyone's going to be like, oh my God, and ask 400 questions, which actually it's irrelevant. I could do it with one mini, I could do it with 50. It's the same thing. Just money makes people really emotional.
Are you still long?
Yeah,
Hell yeah. Pump it.
bump it. Yeah, I'm just sitting in it.
You got to pump it up.
That
Oh,
was so
damn.
cringe. That was too short as well, but you can't have it too long because if you have it too long, then the YouTube algorithm picks up on it and blocks the stream. I will say one thing though, right? And I'm actually really guilty of this. Um, I rarely post my losers on social media. So if anything, you want to see me lose, tune into the streams because I rarely sit and take the time out of my day to break down a loser unless it's a good loser. If I cheat on my rules or do something dumb, like I don't share that because it's not productive. I did something dumb and I can remind everyone that I'm a human being, but like at the same time, I've shed the extremes, which I've clawed back on. Like I've had some extremely big winners the last few months. They haven't reached socials. I haven't needed to, like, and that's just how it is. The winners that I take on stream, I take on one account and I take on another. You'll always see relatively decent sized orders around my entries, and that's because most of the time I am some of that order. Like, and there are obviously people that trade with me that also do that trade decent size, but as someone that has traded, and I mean fucking silly size, 100, 200, 250, 300 minis, it's never, ever, ever, ever productive for you to see that because all you do is compare that you're trading 3 micros and think I'm a piece of shit for trading so much. And I'm telling you that it's not productive. I did it for 6 months and I clawed back on it because it only had a negative downside to people's trading. And I'll be blunt. My Discord shrunk because of it. I was making more money trading than ever on live stream every single day, and people didn't resonate with it. So I clawed back on it.
Their 24-hour view up tag and pull back.
I won't move my stop now, and that's purely for the fact that like I want to stay in longs for as long as possible because I do think that we just grind, and I would just sit on it, and if they come back, then I'll get taken out.
And I need some coffee, bad.
I haven't had a coffee today, to be honest. No one likes a man who boosts his size. Okay, Sean, you troll. I know you're a troll because I know you. Leo, do you not move your stop loss to break even? They said.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
Jim would
allow
be scared for you.
this trade. I wouldn't allow this trade to take me out at 84 where my stop is. I would take myself out before we got there. So here, just for y'all, I will put it right
Now we can go
3
home.
points higher. Now we can go higher.
Yeah. When
The thing
Jim
is
comes on,
if I'm trading by myself, my stop's down here because if we get into these 08s, usually I'm just going to add to this trade and just kind of continue to build larger position. Basically, I would trade the bottom of this range back to the middle, back to the middle, back to the middle until it stops working. So that's why, like, just out of habit, my stop stays down here because I'm a little more active, in that sense.
Sean, I did not buy the bank. For those that are like, what? Why?
Oh,
Like,
I
what
forgot
the
about
fuck?
that.
Yeah, I didn't buy it because I just don't plan to stay here for very long. In all honesty, I plan to move. So,
Planet Earth.
yeah, me and Elon, we're gonna conquer Mars.
Hey, buddy. Thank you.
Nah, I just plan to move. I'm gonna like as much as I love like living in or close to my hometown, which a lot of you seem to think you know. The reality is that I I think I've just outgrown it a little bit, and I love my friends and family here, but it's not a reason to stay living somewhere for too long. I'm 32 now, kind of want to move, and yeah, there are lots of benefits of living elsewhere, right? So, um, we'll see. But yeah, I didn't buy the bank for that reason.
When you talk about building a position, what do you look for before adding size to your positions? How do you handle a break-even point moving in the direction of your trade? So I'm really at this point. Okay, so let's just pretend for a minute. My stop's down here. My current price average is here. We have a range, right? So the bottom of the range is the OR low at 08 to 615. So kind of like in this little low volume area, where this little build is on the leg to leg profile, I would just long, not blindly, but as long as I'm seeing some initiation from buyers, I would just add to this position. My targets would be the mid because that's kind of the range that we have. So initial target would be the mid, the upper target would be like VWAP and OR high, and then just continue to play that range until it stops working.
Man,
We didn't get
this
any opportunities to add except for this one little wick right here, and I just I'm not always looking to trade like super aggressively on stream because that just takes a little more like nuance and conversation. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm not really here to demonstrate how much of a a great trader I am or anything like that. That's not what I'm here for.
could everyone do me a favor and fucking delete the 24-hour VWAP? Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Fucking delete it. The charts just need to figure out that it's not a thing. Can you guess my hometown? I mean, you can if you want. Where I'm born and where I live are different, but yeah. Doesn't mean I'm going to say yes or no, though.
Just start searching like countrysides in London or England. There's a guy on TikTok that you can take a selfie anywhere and he'll find out where you are.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Have you seen him?
I have actually, yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
See, the thing is, everyone says Biggleswade, right? Which is where I grew up. Truthfully, it's actually where I grew up. But the
Wait,
truth
what's
is,
it called?
it's called Biggleswade. It's a really small town.
Biggleswade.
Yeah, but I don't live there anymore. So, but it's really not hard to Google my name and figure out where I grew up. But I haven't updated anything with where I currently live.
That's funny, Josh. Kane.
We got him. Yeah. Fuck me, this 24-hour VWAP needs to get out of the way. Did I max Town Hall 18 in Clash? Come on. Don't put some respect on my name. Come on. What are your settings for VWAP, Leo? Because they're
There's
definitely
no
not
settings
something-
for VWAP, bro. It's just
Oh,
is a VWAP.
there you go,
Like
chat.
the last price of the last 3 bars divided by the price of something else divided by I don't know. It's just a calculation. 24-hour VWAP is the one that I use.
Oh, you can use standard deviation or percentage deviation. They don't change. That doesn't change anything on TradingView.
The calculation method is the only thing that you could change. I think TradingView actually they might use a different calculation.
Or this is the real question I think that needs answering. Is the 24-hour VWAP or the RTH VWAP more important? Discuss.
Oh man.
Oh,
This is just a rabbit hole of a conversation I just don't want to get into.
where's XY? XY, you there?
Is he on next?
I don't know. He's on
Oh,
next.
he is on next.
Here
I'll
he
ask
is.
him.
I've summoned an XY. There you go. Did you hear the question, Mr.
He's already
XY?
here?
No, he's in the chat.
Oh, he's in the chat.
Best squiggly line.
Which one?
Yeah,
24-hour or RTH?
you know which one he's gonna say. It's not even a question, is it?
Shuzi Q, I would use 8 tick compression for sure. Start with that and see where you go. See what that gets you. When it's really slow, I'll actually dial the tick compression down. When it's really fast, I'll dial it up. That is when I am using a footprint, which is very rare.
Okay,
A
so let me
wild
ask.
XYZ. What?
So let me ask you guys a question, all right? Just
Oh, not me. Okay.
no, I'm going to ask everyone a question
No,
now.
it's fine. No.
No, it's fine. If you use the 24-hour VWAP, because a lot of you do you pay attention to the ETH bar chart? Because a lot of you trade the 24-hour VWAP on the RTH chart. So you're only looking at New York session.
Do you see the ETH chart on my screen, Kane? Do you see
I don't.
all these? Do you see all this
Yeah,
from
yeah,
wrap
yeah.
overnight?
I see it, but I know that it's not on some people's charts. And also, that wasn't a question directed towards you, XY, or whatever. It was a question to the chat as well.
Let's see what the chat says. Oh,
Because like,
shoot.
because if like Sumo was here, he would say RTH price is all that matters. RTH levels, nothing else. Mr. ICT himself.
Do you know what was delivered today?
What was delivered today? I don't know.
What was delivered today? What was delivered today?
For me.
Yeah.
Oh, it shipped.
Yeah, it's here. It's on my porch.
No way. Okay,
Yeah,
send that shit to
yeah.
me ASAP, Rocky. I'll send you the money.
Here, look.
That's nuts. I need you to
Do you
check.
see this box?
Wait. I'm not. Yeah. I see it. I see it.
Okay, yeah.
Damn, that's sold out in Europe. Oh,
There you go.
all right. Can you just check that it's the right one though? They didn't send the shitty one. Because I'm be pissed. Leo got a little Patek. Oh fuck it, I'm not ordering that. Can't you ship real dogs directly to the US, to the UK? Uh, for those that really want to know, I wanted an Elgato. What's it called? Fuck.
XL.
Yeah, but the screen prompter, an Elgato prompter. But the XL version, and the XL version is sold out in Europe and the UK until January, February. I was like, fuck that. So
Delivered today, Prompter XL. Yeah, it's the one.
fuck. Yeah, but just check in the box. Tear it open, check
Like, you
it's the
don't
real one.
believe that the box is the real one?
No, I just fuck. If you were to ship me it and it was to be the normal prompter, I would just be upset that I have to ship it
You would
back and
never
return
speak to
it.
me again?
Yeah, I would fucking quit trading, to be honest. Watch him,
Wow.
watch him now buy the small prompter and ship me that one.
That'd be some next level.
Yeah, that would be mean. And you're not a mean person, so.
I'm not a mean person.
So we've done square root of fuck all right now. And
What is
my
the
te-
square root of fuck all?
it's also fuck all. So I would just want to see some sort of IB look above and fail to the upside, and I would get out of my trade and I'd be done with the market because fuck this.
Um, I have a little bit of news for you guys. They said build your own PC. It will be fun. It'll be fun, they said.
Oh, here we go.
So I bought the X870E motherboard from MSI.
Not a clue.
I bought the AMD 9950X3D. I bought the 5080 NVIDIA GPU. I bought 64 gigs of RAM. They really took me out on that one.
Yeah, why is that so expensive right now?
Because of AI. There's a RAM shortage. 64 gigs is plenty of RAM.
I'm not sure about that one, my boy.
Okay. Anyways, I can always add more.
True.
Got a nice case, etc. Put it all together. I don't have yet the CPU, the all-in-one cooler thing, liquid, whatever that is.
Yeah, the liquid cooler, CPU, all in one
But I
cooler. Yeah.
did turn it on last night just to see if it would turn on, and I got an immediate red and yellow LED, which, according to the user manual, indicates the CPU is not found. So, we'll see. Oh, production says talk to him later because he's
I'm out of my trade, and I'm done. That's it. It's
it
got to
turns
look up.
on and then boom, 5 seconds later it turns off. So one of my friends, I'm gonna add to this. One of my friends said that there's likely an thing on the motherboard where if you don't have a CPU fan plugged in like to the header, like there's nothing plugged into the header
Yep.
on the motherboard, it may just shut down.
Yeah, I would assume that as well, to be honest. When you said
So,
you plugged it in without that, I imagine the cooler pins require something for it to power on.
okay, so that those ads got taken. I still like the idea of being long here. I'm gonna jump back in.
I don't hate it. I just on a day like today, I just don't want to sit in it. I'm I'm not down money, so I don't want to make it a red day because I'm tied to some sort of bias. ES broke back below the open. It's not the luxury is I can pick and choose when I trade, and oh, you shorted
I'm out.
852. No way.
852. What?
This guy, he shorted 852 NES. What do you think the high is right now?
I don't know.
I'll take a guess.
859.
852.
Oh, that's a good price if you're short that.
I don't know where I'll live. Well, I do know where I live, but I don't really want to share that too much.
Was he saying, Leo? Come on.
No, because the 852.
Oh, I was just being funny.
Kane, why do you go long on NQ as the higher time frame is screaming to go lower? Is it though? What about this looks bearish to you right now? In the last how many days? So from the 10th of December. So in the last month, we are down 0.6%. And in the last 2 weeks, so 30th minus 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, we are up 5%. I don't know how many, I don't know how bearish that is. And like I
Need a
said,
presser on the CPU for it to sit on the socket. Yeah. I did secure the CPU correctly and all that stuff.
don't worry about it, bro. Just get the cooler and plug it in. It'll work. Almost sure of it.
Well, so out of pure anger and frustration, I was just like, you know what? The funny, like, there's other parts to this saga that I haven't told, such as the initial order of parts not getting here, and they had to reship them to me. And I was like, you know, after all this, it might be better if I just bought pre-built. So I literally went on Corsair last night and just placed an order. for the same build. I'm not lying.
I know, I believe you.
And I sent a screenshot to my buddy, and I was like, "Yo, I'm done with this." He's like, "Why? You're 98% the way there." I'm like, "No."
Yeah, you saw the finish line you saw the finish line on the marathon and was like, "Fuck it, I'll get the bus."
Yep. But if if things can be fixed, I will just cancel that order. NZXT. I have an NZXT case. I did flash the BIOS, yes. You cut your trade? I did.
I also cut mine. I'm not. I won't touch this for the rest of the day now. Like I said, I wanted to stay long, let the market prove me wrong twice, got 2 scratches. I'm good. Cost me no money to be wrong today. It's a good day for me.
I want to see these lows get taken out and then see what happens.
Like right now? Or which lows?
Yeah, right now. So close to yesterday's low though. It's just like, man. Is it really how long I want to take?
Yeah, I absolutely hate the look of the chart. But you now have that IB look below and fail, so you have some. Literally, we got all the way here. We got 30 points off the high and 70 points off the low for some IB trade. They were like, "Yeah, fuck it, we'll take the low." Dicks. You boys and girls are braver men and women than me taking longs here.
I'm not even gonna lie. If I wasn't on stream, I'd probably would be long 70s right now.
Yeah, you'd have found way too long that low. Nah, no, I know. I wonder if XY got short the squiggly line.
I think he was just about as mad about it as we were. I don't know. We'll see.
No, he seemed pretty fucking happy with it. Best squiggly line ever was his statement. Leo, I have a question about rebid, reoffer particularly. Can you explain, please? What do you want to see in those places to actually add to a position? And can you see it on the delta profile in brackets, leg to leg? Thanks.
It would be just the same of any trade setup. You know, I use a various, like earlier, I took a trade based off of exhaustion. That was kind of the execution reason. There was another one where I took some on, you know, like just absorption right in here. It's all like all of my execution, what puts me into a trade would be at those areas of interest. So a rebid or reoffer would be an area of interest. And then the order flow that I talk about in my playbook would be a reason to execute. So exhaustion, absorption, you know, just a change in direction from buyers, you know, if it's sell dominant, buy dominant, and then flips, etc. Nothing too complicated. You're trying to long here. Yeah, it's not a bad area. It's not a bad area. And they whipped it down, barely took out the low, and then just rallied 40 points.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
What's your view on Netflix? Time to buy? Crazy they brought Warner Brothers Studios, by the way.
Do you know what's funny is the other day I came downstairs and my wife was watching the P. Diddy documentary. I'm like, why would you care about this? She's like, oh, well, he threatened to take it down. Like, he sent him a cease and desist. So I want to watch it before they have to take it down.
They won't take that down. Oh, it's not done yet? Well. So I would really, really, really like if they take the low now and then buy it back up again. Like some sort of, and then you get structure here. Um, the pro See, the problem here is that like you take this trade to either be right or wrong, and then you play the next trade either way. Like it's kind of fucked. So I just rather not take it.
Yeah.
Like I've said this a few times, if my stop is the new validation for a new trade, then I'm kind of toast at that point.
Like a good spot. Bids are doing things.
You haven't seen me go tilt? Like, let's not pretend I haven't ever gone tilt though. Come on. Like that's crazy. I most certainly have. Where did everybody go? I'm still here.
Where did everyone go?
Leo's still here. Watching paint dry. Did we truly expect anything else on a day like today? Like genuine question.
We have actually had some trend days into FOMC.
Yeah. We have. Did you expect it though? Is the question.
Oh, no. I mean, I don't ever expect shit. I expect whatever the market decides to give me. I mean, on FOMC days, I definitely expect like tighter range, like less activity.
Yeah,
Damn.
same.
The shit about those 80s.
Yeah. Shoulda, woulda,
That's
coulda.
why I was gonna come in here and be like, here's my 80s long.
Didn't.
It's not the worst day, yeah. I mean, we've gotten some decent trades.
Why trading on FOMC? If you keep your wrist tight, it's up to you, isn't it? The good thing about trading is no one has to do anything. You form a framework of how you trade, and no one holds a gun to your head to make sure that you follow it or don't follow it. And that's the beauty and the beast at the same time. You're long from 86.
Yeah, that's a great trade, Darian. I was wanting to pull the trigger, and Kate told me not to because it was his invalidation would have to be
No,
the
I
next
didn't tell you.
trade.
That's fucking such a fucking troll. You're such a troll. The kid. Jesus. The thing is, Darian told us he was long at 86 at, I don't know, 20s. He didn't tell us he was long 86 at 86, did he?
That's true, Darian. Kane's calling you out.
Yeah, I am calling you out because the reality is there's no downside to you now saying you're long 86 because your break even is 86, so you can't lose money.
Here's a good one. How will the upcoming FOMC data release affect the markets, up or down?
Or minimal impact. Come on,
Kane?
don't leave minimal
Kane?
impact out of it. I think it will set it down.
Kane says down. I'm going to say up. That's my vote.
I'm voting negative. Negative.
Give us no cut and go to zero.
No cut and go to zero. I think that'd be kind of nuts, no? Sorry. Yeah, it's the wordage around the result, right? Not the actual result. Maybe we should build a plugin, right? That connects to NinjaTrader. That when you're on NinjaTrader Live, it tells us when you're long and short. Like it publicizes it in the chat.
Your like our trades or the chat's trades? I'd
Well, the
want to see the
chat,
chat's trades.
the chat trades, of course. We would just get long, 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 long.
Hmm.
And
Hey,
maybe like
if you liked 80s a minute ago, you're gonna like them now.
you're gonna
Damn,
love
I didn't
them
even get
now.
80s.
Do I know anyone that trades the strat and futures? I'm assuming Sarah does.
I'm pretty sure her name is the Strat Sniper. They're gonna do this to me.
What specific MGI? You're gonna have to forgive me. MGI is like drawn stuff, right? MGI. I don't even know what
Market
MGI is.
generated information. So it'd be like
Oh,
highs, lows, value
Yeah.
areas, etc.
it's mainly just highs and lows for me, to be honest, and the midpoint. So all I really care about is like say this is a 4-hour chart, right? And then we open here. That there are three things I care about: the high, the low, the low, the midpoint. And then I use these three things to say, if we trade below the low, except back inside, I want to get long to the midpoint more often than not. Oh, you asked Leo. There you go. Well, you got mine instead, but Leo can tell you his.
Wait, what?
The question was actually directed to you. Oh yeah, I stopped sharing. Sorry. You didn't. Yeah, that would also not help. But basically, that's all I care about is the high, the low, the midpoint of the high and low, typically the 4-hour candle, an acceptance, a rejection from below, some look below, failure, look above, failure, and then back to the midpoint. That's pretty much all I care about on a 4-hour chart. And then I use different ways to get in.
We can't hear anymore. I can hear. Finally, yesterday's low has been achieved. Right when we have to get off the stream.
Yeah. Sucks to suck. Now what? Back up. It's the 4-hour, right? So low of 9:30. No, like it depends. So like if I'm trading, for example, the 10 a.m. candle, I'd be trading the 6 a.m. candle. So I'm trading the low of 6 a.m. to the high of 6 a.m. or the midpoint of 6 a.m. or the opening price of 6 a.m. Those sorts of things.
Fellas,
morning.
Hello.
good morning. How you guys doing?
Just talking through a little bit of a slow market. The tape has picked up though. I think taking out this prior day low, I think we should be able to get I think personally, I think it's like a good buy here. Seeing some buyers step in right here in the 60s.
Yep, I like
I might
the
even jump in that.
I like the level pushing back above IB low
Yeah.
here, maybe catching a little bit of a rally.
Yeah, I just jumped in.
Chat, are y'all already starting in on my bald head, bro?
They're already going for it, yeah.
They're already going in on me. That's crazy. Just hopped in.
Hey man, if you need a hat, let me know. I'll send you one.
Did you boys trade today?
I haven't taken a thing.
I got the VWAP short,
I knew you
of course.
did.
And then
knew it.
I took the long, but we didn't get everything we wanted recently, so I'm taking another one now. But I took a long, what is this, like 580s up to the 620s.
Oh, you took the first 580s long. I took the second
No,
one.
hell no. That's too scary. This is a new long right now that I'm in, but earlier they tried to get back to the 570s. They couldn't, so I long like I think it was like the 587s or 588s. But no, not that first one. That first one, I was expecting them to actually just poke a new low.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow they didn't. So I usually like to wait for like a second attempt to not work out in any direction, and then I'll try to come back. It's because on the way down it was pretty extreme. So I figured, we'd probably come back to one of my favorite squiggly lines, which is like the 90 MA. So let's try to see if they hold a bid here and move all the way up, and then they pretty much got it. So able to take a bunch off at like around the overnight low, 90 MA. Then
I'm gonna try to hold these 65s all the way back up to 630.
Yeah, me too.
Back to the opening range.
Oh, I can share. Okay.
I'm gonna take a position long here at 68, stop down at the lows, see
Yeah.
if we hold IB low here and rally this thing.
Right.
Whole gang is long. How come you guys didn't offer VWAP? You guys have something against VWAP?
We were long into it.
We were long,
both
yeah.
long.
Oh. Yeah, being long into the most, in the 620s right now, as it came back down, I was like, I really should have just shorted it instead. But it is what it is. Not sure this holds here. Nope. Then I got this gold long that I never TP'd. Now it's break even. Yeah, I'm looking at this taper in the NQ here. So if they do start to show bid again, I will be willing. What sucks is the failed break right here. No volume. So in between these two, we'll see what happens.
I'm not opposed to re-entering if we get back above IB low and try to find some strength there.
Time will tell.
You couldn't pay me to get back involved in the market today.
Kane's mic, is his mic a little low, or is that just me?
Sorry, I can just turn it up as well. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, you can pay me to get involved in it. I'd rather just sit it out, come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I was wrong twice for a scratch, and I'll leave it there.
Not a bad idea. I mean, probably as we get closer to FOMC and Daddy Powell coming out, I imagine price is going to get kind of weird.
Yeah, it chopped up around the upper range for a minute until it finally gave it up. That wasn't the funnest trade for sure. Looks like they're finally gonna build down into the 460s, maybe.
Be pretty bearish.
Maybe. Yeah. The tape is actually reloading offer now. They haven't done that ever since they made this new range.
Since they made NQ.
Yeah, never. This is the first time. You guys are seeing it live for the first time right now.
Yeah. 540s, what's the level, boys? We got them, finally. We just had to go up 25,000 points first.
Am I still alive on the stream?
You're still alive?
Am I on the stream still? I don't know, my internet. I think I
Yeah.
just PC'd.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're
You're still
alive.
here.
Cool. The white van, they want to get me, but they can't.
They do. They come in after all of us.
140s in play? No, I told you guys we'll never see it again. It's generational.
Is that the level? I kept hearing about the level that's never going to
Haven't seen it since.
This is the double bottom level?
Was it a double bottom?
No, I don't know. I also heard someone say that double bottoms exist, but double tops don't. Can someone tell me why XY says this?
Just because it's real. Double tops are fake. They are to be longed into.
Oh.
Double bottoms, you will never see those prices again. It's just the way NQ works. It's just the way the
It's
markets
the way
work.
the markets work.
Yeah, it's the way it was coded into the algorithm.
You didn't
Which
know
one?
that.
As in the algorithm, like
The algorithm.
the singular coded algorithm from the guy in
Yes.
the van.
I rewrote it on Thanksgiving.
Got bored. Rewrote the algorithm.
Yeah, Leo said that he took a road trip to Texas, just didn't tell us it was in the back of a van.
Yeah, that's right. All the new data centers are in Texas now.
Damn. Okay, that makes sense. Right,
All right,
boys.
well,
Gonna
it's
love
time
you
for
and
me
leave
and Kane to F off and you guys to F in.
Copy
We're
that.
effing in.
Have
See you,
fun.
homies.
All right,
See ya.
guys. See ya. See you, chat.
Ciao, ciao.
Later.
See you, chat.
So fancy, so classy. He doesn't say bye or see ya. He says ciao.
Ciao. Love it.
Fancy.
XY, what's up, dude?
What's up? What's up? It's I'm glad that they're giving us some moves to work with instead of them.
Yeah, I will gladly take some moves. I would happily take a long if I can get some strength here.
Right. Reclaim IB.
Yeah. That would be a dream. Chat, can we make it happen? What up, Cooper?
Why all dress black? Because it's the best. Gives you more MFE on your trades.
All right. Well, I'll be right back. Wardrobe change, chat, holy.
Chow is the tiramisu of goodbyes. Yeah, well, they are. Oh, yes, has not made a low yet.
What are you looking for here?
Honestly, I'm open to either. I want to see more of a show of hands first. I mean, if it keeps going down, I'm not against the offer, but what I hate is we're going into a taper right here on volume, so it's going to be tough. The thing that kind of makes me believe in it is this move up into this area and then like a straight up taper. Just they get the opportunity to extend and no one wants to. So if the market now sees through volume that no one's willing to bid this through, then it makes this all more real to me. And if everyone's looking at it like, all right, well, we got up there, no buying occurred. This is usually how these breakdowns occur, and I'm just kind of waiting to see if they really get it, or if they make another attempt to drive lower, fail it, and could probably take it back into the IB, into this whole range, and make some more money on NQ here.
There we go.
But yeah, those are my thoughts. We'll see. I'm pretty open to whatever they want to do now. Just kind of waiting to see for myself what choice they make.
Yeah. We're getting a push back into IB low here.
Chat is used to me being on the left side of the screen. You guys, I never realized that till right now. I am always on the left side. Why? They just decided to mix it up a little bit, So this is looking like a pretty good move here.
Yeah, Nasdaq's trying to catch a nice bid.
ES failed to make a low. Well, another thing I would be willing to do is if this 15-minute candle, which closes in about 6 minutes, can print a really strong, like a reversal, like a doji or something, I'll probably be looking for longs, but a lot can happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything can happen. ACH, chat. ACH. Which indicator is that for the IB range? This is one that I had made. It's my own custom one. It just marks it out for you automatically. Yeah, NASDAQ catching a bid back into this IB range here.
You wanted the long back in and through the IB, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if we want to sustain this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and maybe I'll look for a long, try to catch maybe a 50% retracement back into the IB range.
Good morning, Jims. Good morning. Yeah, sorry guys. It's production's doing. I didn't choose to be on the right side, you know.
Yeah. Are you usually on the left?
I guess so. I never realized till right now when the chat's like, dude, he needs to be on the left. It's so weird. But I'm like, you know what? I think I am always on the left. I don't know why. All right. Well, I'm you know, if I'm gonna short, it would be here around this 9. Trying to see if they even step in with a strong offer. What is it? 140 point range so far. The range has been narrowing pretty bad into this week. Kind of sucks. Hopefully today FOMC will break it back out somehow.
Can I make my chart black? I use the black chart. I don't know. I've gotten so used to being in between the white and the dark chart, but I didn't like either. So I found a middle ground.
Yours looks like a little fuzzier, easier on the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine isn't like a full black chart either. I kind of brightened it up, like made it a little gray. You're gonna They told me to clap my hands and some magic will happen. Again?
Oh, look at that.
Look, the thing about magic tricks, guys, is it works 50% of the time. Okay. Oh. All right, now we're ready to trade. As we miss the long.
Yeah, long is missed. It's unfortunate, but it's okay. I can still, if we get a little bit of a pullback, I'm not opposed to entering.
Yeah, on a pullback would be nice. In hindsight, it looks like the 550s were pretty good for long looking at it now, but nah, whatever. What are the tools that you've used? I just have, obviously volume profile everywhere, literally. Delta by price, leg to leg, and then just this tape reader. But I mean, yeah, and then you see my squiggly lines. Got VWAP. I do use a 9 EMA 5-minute time frame only, just because I got used to it before I started trading order flow and stuff. So it will have a permanent place on my charts forever. This 15-minute candle is looking pretty insane. So
we were seeing Joey's chart from behind the glass at the dentist office.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like.
Chat. All right, bro. Look, listen. I lock in for a sec. I'm convinced that my appearance is now just a roast session for you guys, because that's all y'all do to me. I don't get
It's
it,
like
bro.
when the market's not giving anyone trades, like, well, you know what? I'm just gonna roast whoever's on stream.
Yeah,
Fuck it.
bro. It's every time. It's like every appearance, I just get roasted, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, the chat could be a little crazy, but they're funny. They crack me up. When the markets are slow, I just start reading chat. Am I looking at footprint or Dom? Both, mostly Dom. But I do use a footprint, yeah. They said they only roast the ones they accept.
Well, I appreciate your acceptance, chat.
Anti-live hazing. Didn't know One Punch Man also traded. Oh my god.
Okay, chat. I guess I'm gonna have to change my chart colors.
You keep talking, Chad. He's gonna show up in like the craziest toupee.
Oh, actually, I might.
He's gonna go see a hair transplant guy.
I'm gonna
Keep talking.
I'm gonna fly out to Turkey and get a hair
Yeah,
transplant.
Tori, you're gonna go try to see LeBron's guy.
Yeah. Ciao, we'll live stream it. Live stream the hair transplant.
Get ready with me, stream hair transplant.
Gotta do it for the views, chat.
Full gluten. I see that. I see that full gluten. You had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Okay, well, ES is looking like it's just gonna make a new high now. We've got the reversal candle. I was looking for it in NQ on the 15-minute. It's just the problem is it's the entire range of a candle. So the market has effectively shut me out of Rebid. I really should have engaged in those 550s. It was a failed second attempt to drive lower, and they piled in with the bid. So
Yeah, the long there made sense, especially getting back above IB low there. Like it just made all the sense to take it, but missed. We
sucks to
rallied.
suck, huh?
Yeah, we rallied. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, chat. If you like Joey's hair, hit the like. If you hate it, hit the like 3 times.
Ciao, I'm gonna just say this. There's not many people that can pull off the bald look, okay?
That's facts. Yes, it is true. Double smash. No. You cannot hit it twice. It has to be odd numbers.
And you know what? Best looking bald guy y'all have ever seen.
Pale gray background. You know, the through the glass is just a perfect way to describe the chart color. It really is.
I don't know. I'm actually gonna have to change my chart color now.
It's like he made the chart and then he went to go get it laminated.
How do you stay warm in the winter? Truthfully, I don't. Constantly cold, bro.
Yeah, when you guys find out, let him know. Chat won't stop.
Y'all are unhinged, bro.
Yes, they've got Mr. Worldwide on with me today. Mr. 305 is here with us. Oh, this bid is it's for real. It's for real. ES new high.
Yep.
Squiggly line again.
Nasdaq is just not looking back.
Mm.
Not looking back. 630s. I mean, looking like we're going to go up into the 40s, 50s here.
Yeah, ES is running away.
Oh, God. Well, I was hoping for a pullback, but that's clearly not happening.
Yeah, the buyers are like, pullback for what?
Yeah. What's a pullback?
What for? Let's see, ES. I am willing to take an offer somewhere if they actually start to show up because it's VWAP, but looking like a pretty big if right now. They tried to offer, let's see, the 630s. That's not working out. So maybe they can start to hold and reload offers under 630, but nope. Flip the open, dude. This, my goodness. So right now, chat, I am just gauging 630s. The range is pretty big in terms of the current leg, so want to be extra careful. They traded right under the 630s here, but not much volume, so not too good. 33s are seeing some buying. So I'm open to a short, but I want to see buying no longer getting continuation. So I'm waiting to see that build up somewhere and to see if they do or they don't get continuation, and we see a reloading offer on the way. Just haven't seen it yet. They're buying it. They're not moving up further just yet, but they're still buying this range, not getting left behind. Sorry, so chat, I'm just literally Trader Statham. I just literally glanced at chat and saw. Yeah, I'm gonna be looking at the Dom now, so
I mean, if Jason Statham reference, that's kind of the compliment, you know what I mean?
you gotta wear a turtleneck and a leather jacket now.
Yeah, I do.
And you need to talk like this. All right, guys.
I just need to get a little more jacked too.
It's just small tweaks. It's nothing crazy. You've got the key component already, so
I do.
Good to go. All right, so there's a offer that's reloading under the 630s now. Giving it a bit of time because the bid is still out there.
Yeah, catching a little bit of a buy here. Looks like we're gonna go to the 40s.
They tried under those 30s and the bid just flooded back in. So that's a no-go for me.
Just put on about 50 pounds of muscle, no problem. Yeah, it's easy. Be easy to do. I will say I started doing deadlifts again yesterday, and it's been a while since I've done those, and my body's feeling it.
ES wants to yank NQ up by the collar right now. That's what it looks like. What a long. What a long. Chat. Anybody get long? Where was everyone just busy roasting Joey? All right, well, I can get back to chat now because they gave me nothing to offer with.
Too busy roasting, not gonna lie.
You? No, man. Full gluten. Full gluten, you're going too hard. I'm trying to go through chat to see if there were any questions, and it's literally just all people trying to top each other's roast.
I mean, I literally came on stream and didn't have time to say a single thing before I got roasted. So
Someone said, where was that? Man, I just lost it. I saw something. Dino, blah, blah.
oh, Sean Chicago King in the chat. What's up, man? Still need you to change your YouTube name to Sean Chicago King.
XYZ, why not in trade? They're not really giving me much right now. I'm still eyeing a short, but I need to see what I need to see. The tape is starting to turn right here, which is okay, but 630s are pretty key right now. I'll start to leg in here. So if they don't really drive this thing too much, I'm gonna peel this off. And if they do, I will probably start to add to it. So they're really trying to offer below these 30s here, and
yeah, short doesn't look horrible.
the bid is still out there.
We're just right in the middle of the initial balance, and I don't like that.
I'm gonna go to 4 lots here. So I'm gonna give this about 9, 10 points. Actually, I'll probably just flatten this earlier if they don't really get downside continuation here. I would say probably about like 6, 7 points. Yeah, I'm gonna flatten this. That was a failed attempt. So the sellers flooded in, but ultimately under the 30s, they just can't sustain. There's not enough.
Yeah. Yeah, the bid's too strong coming off that low and back into initial balance low. They're just rallying it from there.
Yeah, they're probably gonna run this way up because they just ate up a lot of selling. That was a huge attempt.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see the top of the IB come in 670s.
Double-sided IB break.
Actually, I think I would rather see, before I take anything else, I think I want to see IB high come in and we try to pop above IB and fail it.
IB, it's like 680s. Mm-hmm.
Do I use a 60-minute IB? Yes. Yeah. Initial balance is the first hour of the trading session.
And chat's still going.
Do you see Orb and IB different? Yeah. So the concepts are kind of, and how people trade them are really the same. I mean, you either can take a short off, IB high in it failing, or you can take a continuation play, right? So how people trade it is generally the same. Same concept. It's just different information. One's on a shorter time frame, and initial balance is on a little bit larger of a time frame.
Any high time frame areas I'll be watching closely for FOMC on GC or NQ? GC, no, not really. I mean, it is what it is. We're just in this range. If they do something about it, I'll just look at the order flow that comes in, after the fact, while it's happening. And then for NQ, I mean, not much has changed either. We're stuck in this range. We did try it outside first time, tapered, tried it outside. They actually tried to buy it, no go. So still, it's all in a range for me. I don't have any like, oh, if FOMC drives price here, I'm gonna look to do this. I think for me, I take catalysts like news events, stuff like that as I don't want to say new order flow, but it's a new set of information that I'm not exactly looking to mix in with the order flow that we've seen before. So all my entries would require the same things like failed attempts or some kind of show of hands. So, reverse the short I just tried. If I was looking for a long, that's exactly what I would want to look for. It's an actual show of hands through the selling into a certain spot that isn't playing out, and then we can get a continuation. But, obviously I wasn't trying to long this and then try to nab the hive day. I'm looking more so to try to get short and see if they can hold this spot and retest these lows. But yeah, it's always going to be the same like entry parameters for me. So I don't focus too much on what high time levels certain data can take us to, or the data to hold right there with the order flow, because it's way too crazy, especially with FOMC. Like the book thins out very heavily, and the way I trade, if the book is really thin, I can't really see my truth, which is the order flow, because it's so thin. I don't play levels while it's interacting with tier one news. It's more of like, you guys figure that out, figure out your feelings. And once the answer is made, I will have seen the answer and I can play the market accordingly. So long-winded explanation, yes, but that's me trying to word vomit my thoughts around stuff like that. I don't need to be first to the party. Being the first to the party generally sucks, or trying to be at least. Just let the market make the choice, and it's like, all right, cool, I will do that. So it's similar to like this IB long that Joey and I were looking at. It's like, okay, well, if you reclaim it and support a bid back into the IB, we'll get long with it. It's just that they just ran that thing through and never looked back. And it's like, what can you do? So sometimes you can't get access to your ideas. Sometimes you do. I mean, most times you do if you're patient enough. They'll give it to you. But sometimes they won't, and then it drives people to likely start to get impatient, and then things go badly, and you just cry about it.
I'm crying, missing the long. Is that a 200 on my chart? No, it's IB and VWAP.
So I don't know who's sitting offer side around this open here, but clearly they're still there. See if the buying can chew through it. Would not be surprised if they do. Our time frame we tested outside here again, failed it again. So they've got some gas to work with. This is a low volume spot, so it is going to be tricky, but we'll see. We'll see. I am still in a short. I just need to see an actual short setup, which it's not exactly happening right now. You're seeing absorption. We're seeing the tape kind of fade on the buy side, but they still have a lot of ground that the sellers would need to reclaim for me to trust in them again.
At some point here, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see as FOMC is getting closer. It wouldn't surprise me to see us just chop in the middle of the range until then. You know, it's like how many more big moves do we have until that news drops?
Right. Yeah. They've made a few choices already.
Yeah.
And if the downside one fails to really extend and the upside one doesn't really get extension, it's gonna probably lock price in the range. Another reloading offer.
Definitely starting to feels like it's slowing down a little bit here.
Mm-hmm. And try to leg into a short slowly.
You taking a short?
Yeah, I'm just kind of building into it slowly here.
Okay.
Just as long as the offer is willing to reload, I'll do so. And if we do go higher on this swing, on this leg, then I'm just gonna get out of it. Hit the likes, chat. I think that's what's gonna make it work. So I'm not adding any more into this just yet.
Chat, y'all see the thumbs up button there? It's challenging you guys to a thumb war, bro. Go ahead and have that. Let me know who wins. If you guys win, XY is gonna win a short, right? So let's just go ahead and smash
Please. Please. Chat, you guys hitting that thumbs up?
God
It's
bless,
not dying
dude.
yet. Come on, chat.
Can't see it, too much glare on the right side of the screen. Bro, y'all.
You can't say anything to these guys without them clapping back today.
Golly.
Guys, I think it's working. I think I'm gonna, you know what? I'll add a 7. All right, we're gonna keep it at 7. That's our max on this setup here. I'm only going with 7 because we got paid a lot in NQ earlier, so we've got some house money. But let's boogie.
I like the shorts trying to show up here.
I know. What is happening? All right, I guess I'll just manually exit my orders once it gets there. But these are the ranges I'm looking at right now for exits. Keep hitting the likes, please.
Bradley, no, I missed the IB low trade, unfortunately. I sat here and literally talked about it and watched it go without me.
Yeah, the both of us. We're like, wow, this is nice. I think we can get long. I think this, and then it's like at the highs, it's like,
Yeah.
guess not. Chat, you guys stopped hitting the like button, didn't you?
What tools am I using? I only use as far as like on chart, just initial balance and VWAP. That's really the only things that I watch for.
Good advice, Trader Kane. What was Kane here? Can you say something?
I didn't see.
Well, anyways, chat, please, everyone, hold hands and drive this market down. Everyone, just sell. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Just click sell.
Yeah.
Trust me, bro. It'll work.
Who's chat? Who's the market maker in the chat?
Trust me. All right. If they trade under these 40s again, and I don't see a reloading offer, I'm just going to flatten this thing for whatever, how many points that is. So I'll give them another shot to get under these 640s. The tape is turning, so. All right, we were getting a delta dump. Let's see if they can actually drive it. So they're reloading. That's nice. So is the bid. Not nice. Offer is still pressing. So now that I'm seeing a bid actually start to come in the 39s, in the 40s, it makes it even better if they can push through that, because then we'll get some more downsides because of that failed bid. Yep, so they're leaving some bid behind 39.40s.
There you go. Some
Which
good
is
selling
good.
coming in here.
Finally, the bid side's not getting what they want, and it's hopefully this is the start.
It's the market maker in the chat.
We got one?
Yeah, I think that's who's doing it for you.
Come on, chat. Mr. Market Maker. We're cool, right? We're cool, man. We're cool. We're cool, bro. All right, we're getting a bit of a move. Yeah, I want to see like into the low 20s where it starts to taper at least. So this is POC, which is decent. It could certainly hold POC. I'm not going to give up my access and my entry for, a 12-point move. I'm going to need a little more to make something like this worth it. I mean, we're fading a really strong move. So I'm looking for 22s, 24s at least, 24s.
I'll say, yeah, you get a pop below 24, 25s. I mean, you might get a nice little pop there.
That's what I'm hoping for. So POC is pretty thick in inventory right now. Offer is reloading, but there's a lot of buying. So I'm hoping they can set this buying off size. If they pop it here, I'm going to start covering into it because there's a lot of buying that's showing up. I don't want... Okay, yeah, I'm going to cover some. Covering 2. Down to 5. I'm going to break even this thing and let the rest play out. So I covered 2 just to reduce my risk. We'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Now I can chill. I've made my peace. Add more size in the hole? Maybe not. Let's see. So still, it's really thick on the bid. Okay, they just ran through it. Nice.
Oh, yeah. Wow. There's that push through that 24.
Yeah, we need them to flush this bid out, which is what they're doing. Yeah, so. Okay, we're starting to cover. I'm down to 4. I'm going to let these run. So we've got almost half the position covered. The risk is off the table. And
nice trade.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It took a bit of work for sure. NQ's been good to me today for sure.
Chat, I think we smashed some more likes for that trade, huh? What do we think?
See, it wasn't really doing anything until they started hitting that like button, and then the market's like, you know what? I think we do want to go lower.
Yeah.
Just takes a little convincing. That's the real algo. It looks at the likes in chat.
See, chat, y'all are the market makers.
Yas says, thanks. I followed your lead. Look, if anyone's making money off this, please tip. You know, we can do 25%, 30%, 35%. Austin needs to get me my tip jar. Austin, are you here? Are you backstage? Why aren't I getting a tip jar?
Tip into Joey's hair.
Man, can't get away from it.
Tip my trip to Turkey, bro. Holy. Well, we know it's gonna be forever a thing every time I'm on stream now, so that's great.
You tip us for move the market for you. Hey, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Chat, before you know it, I'm gonna have a sponsorship with Rogaine.
You gonna see him on a commercial?
Yeah.
It's like a before and after photo. Now you've got all kinds of hair.
Chat, you know what's wild, bro? I used to have like, I know I'm bald now. Maybe can't see it, but I used to have some like nice hair. Like when I was younger in high school. I mean, my hair dipped when I was like 25, bro. There was nothing I could do about it.
Wow.
Yeah, I was screwed with hair. But when I did have hair, chat, listen, it was thick. You would have never thought I would have been bald.
Damn, bro, you was stressing big time.
Oh yeah, we owning it over here. We good. Look at these sellers, man.
I know. I'm tempted to cover another one somewhere here. Let's see if it gets to my limit order. I'll go down to 3 here. So this thing has got some juice, guys. It's not bad. Go value area low. There's this weird volume spike here. I don't know who it is, but I'll cover into them too. So, all right, this is for the next 3. Hope they give it to me. If not, can't complain.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we do end up bidding back up. That wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
Reginald, what you said just hit it. Thanks. What would you hit a TP or something? Or short? Yeah, ES just dumped like 2,000 negative delta. Yeah, pullback it's not out of the picture for sure.
I really can't see this running it all the way back down.
You can or you can't?
Can't.
All the way to the lows?
Yeah, or like even, I mean, I feel like
I just want to get to like the 600s.
Yeah, I like
And then
600s.
I'll be down to 1. Yeah, just the middle of the range, right where it starts to poke, like right outside of value. That's good enough for me.
I mean, running all the way back down to lows would be absolutely filthy.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine,
I'm not looking for that. Yeah,
that would be insane.
I'm looking for 600s. That would be nice. But I mean, as it were, I've already gone like 30% of the day's range on the trade. I really can't like ask for more. I might just take off the rest here. It looks like a pretty big bounce. Yeah, I'm gonna take the rest off. So that trade's done.
I'm actually longing this this pullback for a move back above VWAP.
Yeah, this can definitely be where they hold. So take the rest of my money off. Thanks, chat.
Exit your short. Now, chat, help me with the longs.
Yeah, relay race. Pass the baton.
So now we need to hit the like button for the longs.
No. Now we need to hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, subscribe button for the longs. There we go. I like it.
Rub the head for good luck. Dude. Yeah, chat loves having you on. I can tell already.
Oh, yeah. Chat, give me my longs, man.
Also got a long want the love. Got mine and out. Oh, chat is eating today. Let's go. Pure Jameson in the mug? Absolutely not. Fractal, you know, I love whiskey, but I hate Jameson. To me, it's not whiskey. Like I just can't. I can't drink it. It's so disgusting, Jameson. I think it's because like, you know, when you're younger, when you're doing shots, Jameson is probably one of those bottles that you're taking shots from, and that could be the reason. It could be both. It could be because it sucks and because, you know, you shoot it, but oh man, I can't. Not Jameson. Sorry, chat.
No.
This is actually just literally espresso. So I'm with Deli on this. In the mornings, you need espresso. I mean, when they're making me hop on early like this, for anyone who doesn't know in chat, I am on Pacific Standard Time. So when I'm doing the open streams with you guys, the sun's not even out. It's like it's literally still nighttime outside.
Holy.
Yeah. What time zone are you in?
Central.
Central? That's a little better, yeah.
Yeah. See, for me, I need my Celsius in the morning.
That's your thing, the Celsius, huh?
That's my thing, bro. That is the thing. That's it.
Everyone's got their thing, you know?
Tropical
There it is.
flavor.
Disclaimer, all profits earned as a result of XY's magic trade go to XY's tip jar and the Bald People Foundation.
God bless.
These guys always get me in the first half, man. I just start reading like a big wall of text. I read it, I'm like, huh, and then they just Eagle Rare? Yeah, I like Eagle Rare. I actually just tried it maybe a year or two ago. Eagle Rare. Finally tried like Blanton's. What else is there out there in Kentucky? Yeah. I never really enjoyed bourbon until I tried Kentucky bourbon. It's a lot closer to what I'm used to. So we're both making money. All is well. Chat's making money. W stream.
I'm going to let this long ride here. I'm going to cover 2.
Well, yeah, I got some Hibiki. My favorite bottle is, who has that? Frank. My favorite bottle is the Lagavulin 16. That is my favorite bottle. Super smoky. So anything that's like, it's I forget what that region is called, but they make it really smoky. So they'll do that bottle. There's Talisker is really smoky. Lafroig is really smoky. So yeah, because I like really smoky whiskeys, when you pair it with like a cigar, it's like yeah, hey. Am I an alky? No, I don't drink recreationally on my own. Springbank. I don't even heard of that. No.
Man, if we can give me a pop above like 55s, I'd be
55s? How about the 70s?
I'd love that too.
Look, ES is already like back to its new high, and it's just I don't think it wants to turn around. So it's only right if we trade NQ like 26K or something like that, you know? Something reasonable. Just a little scalp.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Hi,
Jim,
Jim.
good job today.
appreciate it.
You guys are busy on FOMC morning. I love it.
Oh yeah. I mean, NQ is really spitting out opportunities for sure.
Yeah.
Which is really surprising today. given what we have
Even though we
coming
have a
later.
big announcement later.
Yeah, you never know. Today is like one of these days. I've been, sitting around FOMC meetings for a long period of time. And sometimes it's like flatline, like, all right, all right, all right. And other times it's like today. So it's pretty good. For sure.
Trying to see
Yeah.
if I get a big pop here, Jim.
You know what? I'm rooting for you. Also,
It's
not
got
only
to.
that, I
They
love the
couldn't
fact
even
you're,
take this thing back down. They've got to go up.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's illegal. It's illegal to go lower at this point.
it would be a violation for sure. But I like the fact you're rocking the Ninja Web.
Yeah, I've always used it.
I love that, man. Joey, by the way, on the side note,
Hmm?
did I just see you like deadlifting like 1,000 pounds?
No, that was 225.
All right, that's
Yeah.
might as well be 1,000 to me.
225,000, same.
Yeah, same thing. No, I used to deadlift 400. I was in the 400 club on deads, but I haven't done them in a long time, and so I'm trying to warm the body back up to lifting that heavier weight on deadlifts.
You're gonna try to hit the 4-figure club? What is that? Squats, deadlifts, and bench, right? If you can equal out to 1,000 pounds.
Equal to 1,000. Oof.
Yeah, that's the 4-figure club. I would never even try
Those
it.
were the days. Those were the days. Oh man. Yeah, no, Joey's a real deal, man. Follow him on X. Follow both these guys on X, by the way. But you'll see him in action, man. He's impressive.
I think the Nasdaq is going to try to give this to me. I would love to see that just move back to IB high. Man, that would be it.
All right, I'm liking what I'm seeing, guys. All right, so this afternoon, let's kind of just give an up. Let's see. Shoot, did I lose my cheat sheet? No, I didn't. Remember, everybody, early start this afternoon, 1:45. We're doing FOMC coverage. It's going to be me, Shai, Craig Shapiro, and Blake Morrow starting at 1:45. And we're going to go all the way to 2:30 to trade the close. And XYZ, you're coming back, right?
Yep. We're gonna get a little crazy. I've got a lot to play with, so we
you're going to be with Nick also. So that's this afternoon, everybody. This afternoon's going to be good. It's good. This morning was great. This afternoon we got a lot of content that we're going to throw your way. A lot of great discussion, especially with Blake and Craig going at it, and then Shai going, "Hey, you guys are right and wrong." It's going to be awesome. So I just kind of like get to ask questions. Anyway, so that's it, guys. Thank you, everybody, for being in the chat. Thank you for viewing. If you're not in the chat, doesn't matter. Subscriptions, we appreciate the subscriptions. Our aim is to just continue to provide the best content as possible. We have two excellent young men with us this morning, in Joey and XYZ. No commercials on this channel. We're just going to keep adding and adding. So subscriptions are important. Gives the channel more visibility, and we'd greatly appreciate that. Click on that subscription button if you so desire.
Just do it. Just do it.
Just do it. There you go. You're more direct than me. In any event, guys, thank you. I appreciate you. I will talk to you guys later. I'm going to go ahead and do a really quick edge report and end the session.
See you, chat.
Sounds good. See you, chat.
All right, let's go to the Treasury bond market. You heard Pax talk about it. You've heard Deli talk about it. You've heard Shapiro, Shuchart, everybody talking about it. So today, interestingly enough, we have this. So the sell-off started at the top of the consolidation level back at 117.30 seconds, almost 118 handle, and then it just kind of sold off pretty nonstop the last couple of weeks. And you can see the moving averages are crossing under and all that stuff that the moving averages are supposed to do when you see this formation. You have this trend channel here now that I drew. We're kind of actually breaking up out of it to the upside. My line in the sand is 115.24 seconds. So this is our gauge for how hawkish the Fed cut is going to be, right? This is the bond market correcting yields, saying, hey, Inflation's too much, maybe. We need to have some higher yields, some higher interest rates to slow things down because the Fed's not going to do it. That's how we're gonna talk about this a lot this afternoon. By the way, at 1:45. But right now we're kind of a little bit perky here, peeking back up a little bit, kind of taking out two sessions, the open from 2 sessions ago. So. In any event, that is the Treasury bond market today. So we'll see how it keeps going. Remember, it's a $31.25 tick. It's not a small tick size. It might not move as much as maybe the NASI does, but it all kind of evens out high to low. So keep that in mind as well. Everything else, let's just take a peek. I mean, we've been doing E-mini, S&P, and NASDAQ all morning long. Pretty much unchanged, relatively speaking, up a little bit. I'm tracking the equal weight futures here on the left-hand side of my screen. If you could see that, this is a CME market. It's equal weight S&P market right now. You can see it's about up 0.47%, which is pretty positive, right? That's telling us, well, we're not leaning too into the into the Mag 7 or the top 2 or 3 components in the S&P. It's kind of even-handed. When you see it with a percentage that's quite a bit higher than the index itself. So that's a good sign. Just kind of going down the board here, down to crude oil, if I could find it really quick. Crude oil actually had an interesting pattern today. I just want to show you, we're selling off for the third day in a row here, right? Now, look at where the wick is. I'm just going to put my crosshairs right there, and I'm going to go all the way back to the 21st of November, right? Buyer's wick, 1, 2, 3, 4, and today 5 again. So as soon as we get to that, approximately that $58 level, buyers are showing up, right? Buyers are showing up over the last couple of weeks. So keep that in mind. Now, if we do get a breakout to the downside here, then we got this next swing low all the way down here. We saw at the end of October. And then intraday on crude, we had the inventory number come out. We've had some information that's been brought into the equation here. But at 10 o'clock, here's that 9:30 to 10 candle, big sell-off. And this is that 11:30 to 12 candle, a big rally back up to VWAP. We touched the VWAP. Boom. We just touched it. We're kind of selling off it a little bit as well. So this is kind of a really nice VWAP touch potential trade here going into the afternoon. The 9 EMA is problematic. It's in the way. The 58 put support is problematic. It's in the way also. But we did get that VWAP touch. I love looking for that VWAP touch around lunchtime to see what happens going forward here into the afternoon. That is late morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us today. As we already said, thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the likes. And thank you for being just a great community. High tides lift all boats, and you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And remember, 1:45 start, all about FOMC. I know Craig's got a lot of great information. Shai's got a lot of great information, and so does Blake. So looking forward to that. And so in the meantime, relax, have a nice lunch, take it easy, and we hope to see you this afternoon. Thanks for coming.